The Skull King by Penelope Sky prologue. Balto, 2 years ago a sprawling Mediterranean villa sat miles outside Florence, concealed behind towering cypress trees and a high limestone wall. The iron gates, emblazoned with his family crest, stood wide open, an unspoken challenge. The air crackled with tension. This was the deal of a lifetime. Lucien was getting what he wanted. So was I, but what we were trading wasn't just valuable. It was the kind of treasure men killed for. Neither of us wanted to let go, yet we both craved what the other held. Instead of neutral ground, I chose his estate. Let him think he had the advantage. I never walked into a room without an exit strategy. Lucien lounged across from me, a decade older, with slick black hair and eyebrows so thin they looked painted on. His lips were barely there, giving him a permanent scowl. A gold cross dangled from his neck, glinting against his open collar. The summer heat was brutal, sticky enough to make a man reconsider his life choices. But Lucien, dressed like he was headed to a boardroom, I didn't do suits, never had, my reputation didn't need tailoring. He took a slow drag of his cigar before crushing it into the ashtray. Your move. Meeting on his turf did mean I was playing by his rules. His guards, his walls, none of it mattered. Every man on this property had a sniper's crosshair on his back. And the guy beside me. He wasn't just muscle. He was insurance. I slid the box onto the table between us. The patio was shaded, but the tension was thick enough to choke on. To our left, a hammock swayed empty. To our right, plush seating no one dared to use. Beyond that, his pool, filled with women who definitely weren't there for the conversation. I didn't glance their way. Seen it all before. The second Lucien spotted the box, his pupils dilated like a junkie spotting his next fix. He hesitated, fingers twitching like he was handling live wires. Relax, I said. It's not gonna bite. His gaze snapped up, oily and calculating. The gold chains around his neck gleamed against his chest hair, thick enough to rival a bear S. This guy, the kind of man who paid for company. These aren't just diamonds, he breathed. Sir Francis Drake stole these from the Sentinelese centuries ago. Only 3 exist. They're called skull diamonds for a reason. A breeze kicked up, carrying the scent of chlorine and cigars. Somewhere in the distance, one of the women laughed sharp, artificial. I didn't react. Neither did Lucien. Because right then the real game began. Get off my property and have a nice day. He gestured toward the front of the house where my team stood ready, weapons concealed but within reach. I didn't move. You know who I am and how I got here. Sit back down and honor our agreement. Or what? You're outgunned and outnumbered. Am I? I kept my voice steady, knowing my calm would only infuriate him. Anger made men sloppy, and I was already 10 steps ahead. His glare deepened. I gave him a moment to reconsider, to realize the mistake he was making. If he walked away now, he'd regret it badly. He thought he'd won by stealing that diamond, but he was about to lose something far more precious. He made the wrong choice. Leave, now. I knew he wouldn't pull the trigger. Starting a war with me would haunt him for years. But this wasn't just business anymore. It was personal. I stood, matching his stride as we moved toward the driveway. My 3 armored subs idled, their darkened windows hiding the firepower inside. His men tensed, fingers twitching near their triggers as we approached. Get out, Lucien snapped. Before I give the order. I walked to the middle vehicle and swung the door open. Inside, a man sat bound and gagged, his dark hair slick with sweat. No bruises, no marks, I'd kept him unharmed. Until now. I dragged him out, his muffled screams lost in the thick summer air. Lucien's face twisted as his brother hit the gravel, knees scraping against the sharp stones. Let him go. I took a pistol from one of my men and pressed it against his brother's skull. Fire, Lucien shouted. But before his men could react, silenced shots rang out. One by one they dropped. His brother trembled, tears streaking his face as he knelt in the dirt. Lucien raised a shaking hand. Fine, you win. Just I pulled the trigger. The body slumped forward, lifeless before it hit the ground. Blood seeped into the gravel, staining it dark. Lucien's composure shattered. He stared at his brother's corpse, the weight of his loss crushing him. No rage, no retaliation, just hollow devastation. "That diamond cost you your brother's life. Hope it was worth every damn carat." Balto, the bar, was dim, the hum of low conversations barely cutting through the haze of cigarette smoke and whiskey. I swirled the scotch in my glass, ice clinking softly. Around me, people kept to themselves, their secrets buried under quiet words and half-empty glasses. Lucien's voice cut through the silence, his demand hanging in the air like an unspoken contract. "I want you in my bed tonight after dinner." We'd always had separate rooms, his idea, not mine. From day one, this was the arrangement, and I only crossed that threshold when summoned. I told myself it was part of the deal, something I'd agreed to, so I played my role without protest. When he called, I answered. "All right," I murmured before slipping back outside to the pool, where the glittering water mocked me with its illusion of freedom. This wasn't a home, it was a gilded cage. Lucien might have been 20 years older, but at 40, he was far from death's door. If he lived to 90, I'd be an old woman by the time I tasted freedom. 75 with nothing but the children I never wanted to show for it. The thought twisted my stomach, but I forced myself to swallow it down. At least he wasn't cruel, just indifferent. He hurled insults, sure, but his hands stayed mostly to himself. Work consumed him, and I was just another obligation, a polished accessory for his public image. Sex was quick, efficient. 5 minutes, tops. The only intimacy I'd ever know, and yet my body refused to respond to him. So I closed my eyes and conjured someone else, the stranger from the bar, the one with the dangerous smirk and the skull-emblazoned business card. In my mind, it was his hands on me, his voice growling in my ear. The fantasy was so vivid, my body betrayed me, heat pooling between my thighs. Lucien groaned against my neck, oblivious. "You like this, sweetheart." His rough chest scraped my skin, but I barely felt it. My fingers dug into his back, imagining the stranger's muscles flexing beneath my touch. I pictured him, broad shoulders, piercing eyes, a body built for sin. The lie was enough to push me over the edge, though the climax was hollow, a ghost of what could have been. When it was over, Lucien collapsed on top of me, his dead weight crushing my ribs until I gasped. Within minutes, he was snoring, leaving me staring at the ceiling, wondering if I'd ever feel anything real the weight of my despair pressed down on me like a suffocating blanket. I'd traded my freedom for someone else's safety, only to realize too late it was a deal with the devil. Every morning, I woke up drowning in the same hollow ache, my days blurring into an endless cycle of numbness. Without work or school to distract me, I filled the hours with empty rituals, lazing by the pool in summer, soaking in scalding baths with a bottle of whiskey in winter. It wasn't life. It was just existing. More than once, I'd stared at the edge of a razor or a handful of pills, wondering if oblivion would be easier. But then I'd picture my brothers, their laughter, their stubborn love, and guilt would yank me back. They'd never recover if I left them like that. So I stayed, even when the darkness threatened to swallow me whole. Lucien, ever the puppet master, loosened the strings just enough to keep me from snapping. After months of pushing, he finally handed me keys to a sleek black sedan and a credit card with no limit. "Go shopping," he'd said, like he was granting me some grand privilege, as if sipping overpriced lattes in Florence could make up for the cage I lived in. Still, I played the part, smiling through brunches with women I barely knew, pretending I wasn't counting the minutes until I could escape to the one place that still felt like home. The pasta factory smelled like garlic and nostalgia. My brother's pride and joy, passed down from our great-grandparents, was a maze of stainless steel and flour-dusted aprons. I traced a finger along a rack of drying tagliatelle, the golden strands swaying like memories. The door swung open, and there was Case, looking like he'd lost a fight with a pot of Alfredo. Sauce speckled his shirt, his arms, even his eyebrow. Classic. "Didn't know you were stopping by," he grunted, wiping his hands on a towel. I smirked. "What? I need an appointment now." "Nah. If you did, I'd just cancel it." He dodged my half-hearted swat and jerked his chin toward the back. "Hungry or just bored?" "Both," I admitted, trailing him past the whirring machines to the cozy corner where they taste-tested new recipes. The fireplace crackled as he slid a plate of fettuccine in front of me, creamy sauce clinging to every ribbon. For a moment, the world didn't feel so heavy. Then the factory door buzzed. Lucian's security detail, no doubt, here to remind me that freedom was always an illusion. Red or white. Even though it was barely past noon, drinking early was practically a family tradition. "Red." He poured me a glass and left the bottle, knowing I'd help myself to more. I settled into my chair and stabbed a forkful of pasta, twirling it lazily before taking a bite. "Lucian says I'm putting on weight, but honestly, who cares?" Case sat across from me, buried in paperwork. He handled all the business finances, payroll, expenses, everything. My younger brother Dirk managed shipments and kept the factory running, but Case, he never bothered with an office. Just like our dad, he preferred working right at the kitchen table, surrounded by the hum of the house. He didn't even glance up at my comment about Lucian. He never did. No questions, no mentions, not even his name. He'd hated the idea of me marrying Lucian from the start, and a year later he still hadn't let it go. Not that I blamed him. "So, how's everything?" I asked between bites. "Same as always," he muttered, scribbling numbers. "Strong and silent, just like Dad. Same dark, thick hair, same sharp green eyes, same way of making girls swoon back in high school. You seeing anyone these days?" Silence. "Wow, Case, you're just delightful company," I deadpanned. "I don't do personal talk, you know that." "Fine. What do you want to talk about?" "Nothing." He kept writing, jaw tight. I didn't take it personally. He loved me, even if he sucked at showing it. But ever since the wedding, things had been different. His disapproval was a constant shadow, heavy and unshakable. "You need to drop this," I said, swirling my wine. "It's over, move on." His pencil stopped. Slowly, he leaned back, eyes locking onto mine with a glare so cold it sent a shiver down my spine, just like Dad used to do. "Move on." "You married a monster." "He's not that bad. Seriously, you're defending him now." "I'm not defending him, but he's not a monster. He treats me fine." "He forced you into this. That's not love, that's obsession, like you're some prize he had to win." I rolled my eyes. "Aren't all guys like that, wanting a pretty wife to show off? Don't play dumb, you know this isn't normal." "Well, it's too late now, so either deal with it or keep stewing in silence." His fists clenched, knuckles white. For a second, I thought he might flip the table. Instead, he just exhaled, shaking his head like he couldn't even find the words anymore. "You did it for him. Drop it, okay?" I pushed my plate away, the pasta suddenly unappetizing. "I don't want to hear his name. I don't want to relive any of it. Trust me, I punish myself enough just waking up every morning. Your disapproval, it's like salt in a wound that never heals, so just stop, please." My voice was steady, hollow. I was past tears, dried up like a riverbed after years of drought. It was like watching someone grieve at a funeral, their sorrow so deep there's nothing left to cry. That was me. Empty. Case clenched his jaw, scribbling his signature on some document before tossing the pen down. "There's gotta be another way. You shouldn't be trapped like this. You deserve real love, not some polished facade. Lucian might play the perfect gentleman around Dirk and me, but I see right through him. He'll never be family to me." I folded my arms, staring at the untouched food. "It's done, Case. There's no rewind button." "We could fix it," he muttered, lowering his voice. "Make it look like bad luck." I almost laughed. "And then what? Break my word. The Cardellos don't go back on promises, even the ones we regret." He dragged a hand through his hair, frustration etched into every line of his face. I'm supposed to protect you. Feels like I'm failing. That was never your job, I said softly. This is on me. Dad would have disagreed. Well, Dad's not here. My voice didn't waver. And this was my choice. Case exhaled sharply, gripping his pencil like he wanted to snap it. You want me to just move on, pretend this is fine? What happens when he decides he wants kids, my nieces and nephews carrying his blood? You'll love them anyway, I cut in. He slumped back, defeat heavy in his sigh. You deserve more, Cassini, so much more. I knew his anger was just love in disguise. Case wasn't the type to wear his heart on his sleeve, but it was there, burning under the surface. He'd tear the world apart for me if he could. But some battles, they're mine alone. It is what it is, I said finally. I chose this, I'll carry it. Lucien traveled constantly for work, leaving me alone in that gilded cage of his. Sure, there were guards at every gate, but they never stopped me from coming and going. Funny, all that security, yet I was the one who felt like a prisoner. The early days of my marriage felt like being tethered to a post. Lucien watched my every move. But once he trusted I wouldn't stray, the leash loosened. My mind kept drifting back to him, the man who'd left me breathless with just one kiss. I craved more, something reckless, electric, the kind of passion that burns fast and leaves you dizzy. One night, that's all I wanted. No strings, no consequences. Lucien barely checked in when he traveled, and his own infidelities weren't exactly subtle. If he could play, why couldn't I? The temptation won. I slipped into a sleek black dress, backless, because why not? Paired with killer heels and drove straight to the bar where we'd first crossed paths. Realistically, I knew he wouldn't be there. A guy like that. He probably had a different woman in his bed every night. But the place felt like a starting point, a gamble. I pulled out his business card, fingers brushing over the embossed letters. No way was I risking a traceable call from my phone. Lucien's people might have been watching. The bartender handed me the landline, and I dialed before I could second-guess myself. The ring stretched, each second tightening the knot in my stomach. Then his voice, rough, warm, like bourbon poured over gravel. Balto. God, that name fit him. Commanding, effortless, dripping with confidence. Cassini, I replied, playing coy silence lingered, heavy with anticipation. Took you long enough, he finally said, amusement threading his words. The background noise was non-existent, just his breathing, slow and deliberate. You remembered me. Hard to forget. A shiver raced down my spine. He didn't waste time with games, just laid it bare. And damn, it worked. I'm at the bar, I admitted. Let me buy you a drink. I traced the edge of his card with my thumb. Actually, I was hoping to return the favor. 20 minutes later, the door swung open. There he was, blue tea clinging to his shoulders, black jeans slung low like an invitation, even better than I remembered. New detail, as he walked in, the bartender smirked and slid a whiskey toward me. Looks like you won the jackpot tonight. I hadn't even ordered yet. Shift in tone, from hesitant to bold. Screw consequences, I thought, tossing back the drink. If Lucien could live without rules, so could I. He walked into the bar like he owned the place, shoulders squared, spine straight, towering over everyone else like some kind of modern-day Viking. Those icy blue eyes locked onto me, dismissing everyone else in the room as if they were background noise. I was perched on the same bar stool as before, and he slid into the seat beside me, hands resting on the counter this time instead of wandering. My martini sat untouched while he ordered his usual scotch without hesitation. Leaning in, elbow propped on the bar, he let his gaze trail over my dress, slow and deliberate. Lucien would have made some snide comment about my weight, but Balto. He didn't seem to care about flaws, only the way my lipstick caught the dim light. You look even better than I remember, he murmured, voice rough like gravel. I smirked. Different shade of red. That earned me the faintest quirk of his lips, softening his sharp features just enough to make him look younger, almost playful. "Yeah, that's definitely it," he deadpanned before taking a sip of his drink. I watched his throat work as he swallowed, the movement hypnotic, his Adam's apple a stark reminder of just how male he was. When he set the glass down, the sound was barely there, just like everything else about him, controlled and precise. His shirt clung to his frame, hinting at the kind of body that belonged on a magazine cover. The fabric strained slightly around his biceps, and my imagination ran wild. If his arms looked like that, what did the rest of him look like? Probably sculpted by some vengeful god just to ruin me. Porn had nothing on this man. Marriage to Lucian had turned me into a woman who settled for fantasies, but right now, I didn't want a screen, I wanted skin. His skin. Preferably under my hands within the next 30 minutes. I barely touched my drink, too busy memorizing the clean line of his jaw, freshly shaved. No stubble meant I could trace the sharp angles with my fingertips, all the way to that damn mouth of his. His hair was a rich brown, lighter than mine, but it suited him warm against the cool intensity of his stare. "Did you miss me?" he asked, swirling his scotch lazily. "Yes." No point in lying. "Often." "Yes." This wasn't about playing games. Tonight was mine, a stolen moment before I went back to a life that felt like a gilded cage. No guilt, no regrets. Not when Lucian had been cheating since day one. To him, I was just another trophy. But right now, with Balto's eyes on me, I felt alive. I was barely a size 2, yet he had the nerve to comment on my weight. "Tell me," he murmured, swirling his drink, "did you think about me when you were with him?" I knew exactly what he meant, those nights when my husband took what he wanted without caring whether I wanted it back. Every time, I admitted. His grip tightened on the glass as he took a slow sip, his gaze never leaving mine. "Did you enjoy it?" "Only because I imagined it was you." The truth was, sex with Lucian felt like a chore. Lube was practically a requirement and pleasure, non-existent. He knew I wasn't attracted to him, but that never stopped him. The man across from me smirked, his eyes darkening. "And what about you? Were you thinking of me with someone else?" I scoffed. "Who says I've been with anyone?" "Come on," I shot back. "A guy like you probably have women lining up." His grin widened. "Sure, but I don't take every invitation. Lately, I've been too busy, work, drama, you name it. At night, though, I've been thinking about that kiss and the way your body moves." The thought of him alone in bed, touching himself to the memory of me, sent a rush of heat straight between my legs. My thong was already soaked, and by the time he got his hands on me, there'd be no hiding how much I wanted this. "Just so we're clear," I said, forcing my voice steady, "this is a one-night thing. My husband's away, but he's not stupid. He'll figure it out eventually." "What if I don't care if he does?" Lucian wouldn't just kill him, he'd make it a spectacle. "Well, I do." "Because he'd come for you, and then he'd come for me." His expression hardened. "Would he hurt you?" "I don't know," I admitted. "He's not usually violent with me, but he's not exactly a pacifist." "Not usually." The disgust in his voice was sharp enough to cut glass. I didn't want to waste tonight thinking about Lucian. I wanted passion, reckless and raw, something to replay in my mind when I was alone later. "Look, it's just tonight, that's all." He drained his glass. "My place is close." "You want to finish your drink first?" I tipped mine back in one go. "Done. Let's get out of here." His building loomed just a few blocks away, 4 stories of sleek, guarded luxury. Tall iron gates surrounded it, nearly invisible behind thick hedges. The only way in was a keypad, which he punched a code into before the gates slid open. Armed men patrolled the perimeter, rifles slung over their shoulders, vests strapped tight. I stayed silent, knowing any word could carry. Inside the elevator, the tension between us was thick enough to choke on. Why all the security? Because people like me don't stay alive without it. He hadn't touched me once, not at the bar, not on the walk, not even now as the elevator climbed higher. And somehow, that made the anticipation even worse the moment we were finally alone behind closed doors. His demeanor shifted completely. Until then, he'd kept his distance, almost indifferent. Why wait? I wondered. The elevator opened into a sleek penthouse, dark leather furniture, floor-to-ceiling windows, and a massive flat screen mounted on the wall. The place screamed power, just like him. "Told you I don't play small," he murmured. Then, as soon as the doors sealed shut, he was on me. One hand tangled in my hair, the other pressing hard against the small of my back, pulling me flush against him. The tension from earlier, the armed men, the danger, faded the second his mouth crashed into mine. His kiss was possessive, demanding, like he'd been holding back just to savor this moment. And damn, did he know how to kiss. His lips moved with precision, teasing my bottom lip before deepening the contact, his tongue sliding against mine. The way he breathed into me sent a shiver straight to my core. My fingers twisted into his hair, pulling him closer like I was starving for it. Maybe I was. After months of dull routine with Lucien, this felt like waking up. He lifted me effortlessly, carrying me down the hall without breaking the kiss. There was something thrilling about being manhandled, not in a way that felt controlling, but like he knew exactly what I wanted. His grip was firm, his movements deliberate. When he finally tossed me onto the bed, I barely had time to catch my breath before he was on top of me, his body a solid wall of muscle. My hands roamed over his chest, tracing the ridges of his abs like I was mapping uncharted territory. "God, you're built like a damn statue," I gasped. He smirked, watching me explore. "You like what you see. I'd be an idiot not to." My fingers fumbled with his belt, impatience winning out. The second his jeans hit the floor, my brain short-circuited. Jesus Christ. I wasn't expecting that. He chuckled, low and dark. "Still sure. Try and stop me." His hands slid under my dress, peeling away the last barrier between us. When he saw how ready I was, his grin turned downright predatory. "Good girl." And then there was no more talking. His fingers lingered near his lips as those intense blue eyes locked onto mine, burning with raw hunger. "Admit it, you want me just as bad." I could see the outline of his arousal pressing against his stomach, undeniable and demanding. With a slow, deliberate motion, he dragged his fingers down, spreading my wetness over himself. My thighs clenched instinctively, fighting the ache building between them, so intense it bordered on pain. The friction only made it worse, my own slickness coating my skin as I shifted. Then his hands were on my dress, yanking it off in one swift motion, leaving me bare. "Holy hell," he muttered, his voice rough. His fingers tangled in my hair, tilting my head back as he buried his face between my breasts, inhaling deeply like he was memorizing my scent. His mouth found my skin, sucking hard before blowing a teasing breath across my nipple. My back arched off the bed, legs wrapping around his waist, pulling him closer. He hadn't even touched me where I needed him most, and already I was unraveling. The weight of him pressed against me, thick and unyielding, sending pulses of heat through my core. His mouth was relentless, sucking, biting, licking every inch of my chest like he was claiming territory. "God, you're perfect," he growled, kneading one breast while his lips worshipped the other. I was already teetering on the edge, and he hadn't even gotten to the main event. His kisses trailed lower, slow and deliberate, tracing my ribs, my stomach, making me squirm. My fingers twisted in his hair, torn between pulling him closer and bracing myself for what was coming. When his lips finally met my most sensitive skin, I nearly jerked off the bed. His tongue circled my clit with precision, teasing before sucking hard enough to make me gasp. Then, just as I was about to tip over, he pulled back. "Not yet," he murmured, his voice dark with promise. I groaned, frustration clawing at me. I was so close, just a few more seconds. "Balto," I hissed, nails digging into his shoulders. "Stop torturing me." A A smirk curled his lips as he reached for a condom, tearing it open with his teeth. The sight of him rolling it on, thick and ready, sent a fresh wave of anticipation through me. I'd never taken someone his size, and the thought alone had me trembling. The second he pushed inside, I knew I was done for. Tight at first, then that perfect stretch as he filled me completely, his hips flush against mine. A low moan escaped my lips. This was going to wreck me in the best way possible. The feeling was beyond words. This gorgeous man buried deep inside me, even with the thin barrier between us. Every inch of him filled me completely, stretching me to my absolute limit, yet my body welcomed him effortlessly. I was slick with desire, lost in the heat of the moment, and he slid in without resistance. His moans sent shivers through me as his intense gaze locked onto mine, his expression a mix of raw hunger and focus. His jaw clenched, muscles tensing with every powerful thrust, his body radiating pure adrenaline. And then, he wrecked me. Within seconds, I shattered, my entire body convulsing under the force of his movements. My fingers dug into his arms as he pounded into me, relentless, like he wanted to leave me aching for days. "Balto, yes!" My voice broke as my back arched, toes curling so hard they cramped. Every nerve was on fire, every sensation amplified beyond anything I'd ever experienced. This wasn't just pleasure, it was euphoria, pure and untamed. Just when I thought it was over, his grip tightened, his voice rough with promise. "You aren't done yet, baby, not even close." From behind, his hands gripped my hips, driving into me with a rhythm that left me breathless. The sight of her, every curve, every movement was intoxicating. She matched me thrust for thrust, her body moving with mine like we were made for this. Sweat glistened between us, the air thick with the scent of sex and exertion. And damn, she was perfect, tight, slick, taking everything I gave her without hesitation. The headboard rattled as she came again, her body tightening around me before she collapsed forward with a gasp. I smirked, knowing full well this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. She whispered his name again, breathless and urgent, her body moving with the same intoxicating rhythm as before. Every time she came over, it was like she brought a storm with her, wild, electric, impossible to ignore. My hands gripped her hips, my pulse racing as I felt that familiar pressure building. There was no holding back now. I groaned, my body tensing as I gave in, watching her arch against me, her skin flushed and glistening. Damn, she was something else. All week I'd been replaying the way she looked at me across that dimly lit bar, like she already knew exactly how this would go. And she wasn't wrong. The way she moved, the way she wanted me, it wasn't just sex. It was like she was proving a point, like she'd been waiting for this just as much as I had. "You should do this more often," I muttered, rolling off her and admiring the aftermath. The condom was proof enough of how badly I'd needed this. She just laughed, still catching her breath, already reaching for her dress like she had somewhere better to be. No lingering, no lazy sprawl across the sheets. Just quick, efficient, like she had a train to catch. I tossed the condom and came back to find her slipping into her heels, her hair hastily finger-combed back into place. "Seriously, you're already out the door," she smirked, tucking her ruined panties into her clutch before I stopped her. "Leave them." For a second she hesitated, then dropped them onto the bed with a shrug. "Enjoy the souvenir." I barely had time to pull my jeans on before she was heading for the exit. Even the professionals stuck around longer, made small talk, pretended to care. But she was halfway to the elevator before I could blink. I caught up, slipping an arm around her waist as we stepped into the night. Florence might be beautiful, but it wasn't exactly safe after dark, especially not for a woman in a dress like that. "I'm walking you," I said, leaving no room for argument. She rolled her eyes but didn't fight me. The streets were quiet, just the distant hum of the city and the click of her heels on the pavement. 4 blocks in silence, her shoulder brushing against mine. And then, just like that, she was gone. No goodbye kiss, no promise to call. Just the scent of her perfume lingering in the air, and the unsettling realization that I already wanted her back. The intensity of what we just shared made small talk feel almost pointless. We reached her sleek black Bugatti, proof her husband wasn't just wealthy, but obscenely so. "This is me," she said with a smirk, though it wasn't like there was any confusion. The street was deserted. Her expression was a mix of exhaustion and pure satisfaction, the kind that screamed she'd just had the night of her life. Lucky for me, her husband was away. One look at her and he'd know exactly what went down. "What's your last name?" I asked, curiosity burning. This woman was clearly stuck in a gilded cage, and now I needed to know who held the key. Normally, after a night like this, I'd already be mentally moving on. But she was different, wild, unrestrained, like she'd been starved for years. She didn't hold back, didn't play coy. Every touch, every sound was raw and real. Her hair clung to her skin, damp with sweat, her makeup smudged in a way that somehow made her even more striking. She had this effortless magnetism, confident, bold, completely unapologetic. "I know what you're doing," she said, tilting her head. "Making conversation." "No. You're digging." If I really wanted answers, I could have run her plates, but a man like her husband wouldn't be that careless. "Why marry him in the first place?" I pressed. "A woman like her shouldn't settle for someone who couldn't even satisfy her." She stepped closer, fingers tracing my chest, then my jaw, her touch lingering like she was memorizing the feel of me. "I don't want to talk about him," she murmured. "I just want to remember this." Her hand dropped to my chest again, her smile wicked. "Tonight was unforgettable. And don't worry, I'll be replaying every second when I'm alone." No shame, no regrets. Just the thrill of a secret she'd take with her. She didn't hold back her words. They were meaningless now, just noise between them. "This doesn't have to end here." My hands found her waist, pulling her tight against me, the warmth of her body pressing into mine. Our faces were inches apart, my lips itching to taste hers again. "Yes, it does," she whispered, her fingers tracing the hard lines of my arms as if memorizing them. "I can't risk you getting hurt because of me." "Stop worrying about me," I murmured, tangling my fingers in her hair. "That spineless husband of yours is the one who should be scared. If he walked in right now, I wouldn't stop." Her eyes burned with the same fire I'd seen in the dark, her gaze dropping to my mouth. "I won't call you again, Balto. This is it." No woman had ever walked away from me before, and damn if it didn't make me want to chase her. But pride kept me rooted in place. Let her ache for me. Let her come crawling back. "You know where to find me," I said, my thumb brushing her pulse point before I kissed her, soft at first, then deeper as her breath hitched. The street was empty, like the whole world had vanished except for us. Her nails dug into my arms, her kiss desperate, like she was trying to memorize the feel of me. She was all raw emotion, every movement screaming how much she wanted me. A woman like her didn't belong in some lifeless marriage. But then she pulled away, regret darkening her eyes. "Goodbye, Balto." Her touch lingered, fingers trailing down my arm before she finally let go. She didn't look back as she climbed into her car. I stood there, hands shoved in my pockets, watching until her taillights disappeared around the corner. I could find out everything about her if I wanted. Her name, her address, her whole damn life. But what was the point? I wasn't some knight in shining armor, and I sure as hell wasn't about to start playing hero for a woman I barely knew. I had bigger problems to deal with. Getting inside the building. That was the easy part. Breaking into the factory wasn't exactly a challenge. Just a few disabled cameras, a couple of knocked-out guards, and some lockpicking later. I was in. The first room I entered was a kitchen, all gleaming stainless steel, and the rich scent of aged cheese hanging in the air. A massive wooden island dominated the space, strands of fresh pasta dangling like decorations, wheels of parmesan left uncovered like they had nothing to hide. This had to be where they perfected their recipes, tweaking sauces and testing flavors. Then, like clockwork, Case Cardello walked in through the swinging doors, spotting me instantly. But instead of freaking out or grabbing a weapon, he just leaned against the counter, gripping the edge like he was bracing for a conversation, not a fight. His voice was steady, almost amused. "Let me guess, you're the reason my security team's taking a nap." Most guys in his position would have either pissed themselves or thrown a punch. Not Case. He stood there, sizing me up, not backing down but not stupid enough to start something he couldn't finish. "Balto," I said. He smirked, nodding toward the spread of food. "If you're here to steal pasta, help yourself. The cheese is top tier." I snorted. Neither of us looked like we survived on carbs alone. The guy had muscle and I had scars. This wasn't a gourmet meetup. "You're green, so I'll spell it out for you. Nothing moves in or out of this city without my say-so. And if you thought you could cut me out, you've got a death wish." Case pushed off the counter, dragging his fingers across the wood past dried cheese crumbs. The whole place smelled like Nana's kitchen, like generations of family meals. He stopped just out of arm's reach, trying and failing to stare me down. "You're cut. 20%. He barked a laugh. "Why the hell would I hand you a dime? Who even are you?" I grinned. "The Skull King." His expression flickered recognition without full understanding. "I run the Skull Kings. Drugs, weapons, trafficking, you name it, we control it. Your little operation's gotten too big to ignore. So now you pay up or get buried." Case didn't flinch, just stood there unreadable like he was calculating his next move. Smart man, most wouldn't have lasted this long. You expect me to just hand over a piece of my business for free. Your options are simple: partner up or end up in a ditch. His expression didn't waver. What's in it for me? Security, a clean front, access to people you can't reach on your own. I've got all that covered. Not like this. The higher you climb, the bigger the target on your back. You need someone watching it. Trust me, you'd rather have me on your side than standing in your way. Still no fear. And if I refuse, then I put a bullet in you and your boy Dirk, and I take this whole operation for myself. Rather burn it all down than let a parasite like you skim off the top. I braced my hands on the counter, leaning in. Look at it as an investment. Your business pays taxes for roads and cops. Same concept. I'm the one keeping the wheels greased, making sure the right palms are crossed so we all stay in business. You really think you can keep this empire standing alone? Somebody bigger will come for you. I'm the reason they won't. You sound like a politician. Try royalty, the reason the streets are a mess. Too much freedom, not enough order. The underworld runs smooth because we enforce the rules. Guess who writes them? Case folded his arms, unfazed. Sleep on it. I started for the door. 10%. I paused. 20, 10, 20, I shot back. Then, smirking, 15. Had to admire the guts. Negotiating with me took spine. 15. A week passed. No word from Cassini. I figured she'd crack eventually, when her husband's touch turned unbearable, when the thrill of our last encounter faded and she needed a fresh high. She'd call. She always did. Meanwhile, I held court at the underground, swirling scotch as the elite filed in for the auction. Rich, powerful, and morally bankrupt, every last one. But their wallets were fat, and they paid premium for the right kind of suffering. Friday nights netted us close to $200 million. Not bad for a night's work. I've always preferred paid arrangements. Clean, simple. No small talk, no pretending. Cash on the table, desires laid bare. Want to bend someone over, hand them the money and get to it. Feel like leaving marks. The price was right. But buying a slave, that was new territory. Added detail. The flickering neon outside the underground cast long shadows, making the bidders look more like vultures circling prey. One guy kept adjusting his cufflinks, nervous habit. Amateur. Shift in tone, from cold negotiation to dark amusement, guess who writes them, before snapping back to menace. Let's just say I wasn't exactly winning any morality awards. In this twisted world, I was the king of corruption, but even I had my limits. The thought of being chained to one woman for years, no thanks. That sounded like flushing cash down the drain. Jerome sidled up to me, grinning like a kid in a candy store. "Wanna take a peek at the merchandise before the bidding starts?" I downed the rest of my whiskey, slamming the glass onto the table. Ruth, the waitress with more skin than sense, swooped in and swapped it for a fresh one before I could even stand. Typical. I followed Jerome to the back room, where rows of terrified girls stood in chains, their eyes red from crying. Human trafficking was our bread and butter. High rollers shelled out fortunes for the privilege of owning someone. We'd been in this game for years, long before murder became our main gig. Now we had our fingers in every dirty pie imaginable. I scanned the lineup, cold as steel. Some sobbed, some trembled, none of it moved me. I was a hollowed-out shell, fueled by liquor and greed. Then I saw her. A girl with dark brown hair, smaller than the rest, her body still carrying the softness of youth. "Jerome," I growled. "How old is she?" 16, he muttered. I turned on him so fast he flinched. "What part of no kids did you not understand? She could pass for 18, bullshit. And even if she could, it's still sick." Jerome scoffed. "Since when do you care, Balto? Thought you didn't draw lines." He was right. I was the worst of the worst. No crime was beneath me. But this made my skin crawl. "Get her out of here, now. And if she talks..." I glanced at the girl, her legs shaking, her face streaked with tears. "She's too scared to breathe, let alone snitch. Dump her somewhere far from here. And if I catch you pulling this again, you're next on the auction block." Later, I sat in the prison's private room, the metal table bolted to the floor like everything else in this hellhole. The guards dragged him in orange jumpsuit, shackles, the whole pathetic package. They locked his wrists to the bar, chained his ankles to the floor, then left us alone. Heath yanked at his restraints, glaring at me with those icy blue eyes. "Bet you're loving this." I smirked. "Maybe a little," he exhaled, his hatred practically radiating off him. "You're a real piece of work, you know that? Takes one to know one. You're absolute trash, you know that? Wow, groundbreaking." The orange jumpsuit barely contained him, his muscles strained against the fabric, proof of endless push-ups in his tiny cell. "Damn, you've been busy." "Not like I've got options. Work out or choke the chicken, pick one." "No cellmate to share the fun," I smirked. Heath's glare sharpened to a blade's edge. "The second I'm out, you're dead. Funny, since I'm the reason you're not buried in a ditch yet." The cops, the inmates, they all answered to me. He was here because I wanted him here. "You done throwing your tantrum?" His chains rattled as he yanked at them like they'd magically snap. "Guess that's a hard no. What the hell do you want from me?" His pale skin and ocean blue eyes clashed with the fury twisting his face. The scruff on his jaw was thick, his neck veins bulging. We were built the same, fought the same, but he was a wildfire with no brakes. "Cut the petty crap, Heath. Bank jobs, grand theft, that's small time. Pays better than flipping burgers." "Pathetic." The chains clinked again. "You're wasted on that." "Join the Skull Kings. I'll put you to real work." "To be your errand boy," he barked a laugh. "To keep you from getting shot in the back. You pick fights like it's a hobby. I can't keep cleaning up your messes." "Or what? I stay in this hellhole." "You got a third option, gonna go legit, please." Heath couldn't sit still if his life depended on it. We were cut from the same crooked cloth, only he was reckless, impulsive, a runaway train with a death wish. "I don't take orders. Everyone takes mine. Not me." "So you'd rather choke down prison slop than steak? Sleep alone forever? Remember Scotch breakfasts?" A muscle twitched in his jaw. "Yeah, I miss it, especially the women." "Then stop being an idiot." His eyes flicked to the narrow window near the ceiling, his only glimpse of sun in this fluorescent hellhole. For a second, I almost felt bad. Almost. "Heath, I'm giving you a way out." New detail. The faint sound of a radio playing classic rock drifts in from the hallway. a stark contrast to the tension in the room. Heath's fingers tap against his thigh, subtly, like he's itching to move. Tones shift, sarcasm drips into my next line. Or hey, stay here. I'm sure the cafeteria's mystery meat is to die for. I don't want you to end up dead and dumped in the ocean like some forgotten relic, I said, my voice tight with frustration. He smirked, leaning back against the cold prison wall. Funny, I always pictured my final resting place being at sea. Poetic, right? I rolled my eyes. This isn't a joke, Heath. His expression shifted, the humor fading as he studied me. I know it's not, Balto. Prison's changed you, even if you pretend it hasn't. I see it. You're desperate to stay out, and I get that. That's the only reason I'm giving you this shot. His voice dropped, sharp as a blade. But if you screw me over, we're done. The only reason you're standing here right now is because we share blood. A slow, knowing grin spread across his face. Correction, the only reason I'm standing here is because we share DNA. Identical DNA. Cassini 2 weeks passed, and the thrill of that night with Balto had dulled into a hollow ache. His scent had faded from my memory, even the taste of his kiss slipping away like smoke. The emptiness didn't erase him. It just made me crave something new, something real. Now more than ever, I missed the freedom I'd lost. Lucien was a necessary evil, but that didn't make him any less repulsive. Business deals gone wrong turned our front yard into a graveyard, and he never flinched. If I had anything left to lose, maybe I'd be afraid. But right now, I was just counting the minutes until each day ended. When Lucien forced himself on me, I closed my eyes and imagined Balto instead. At first, it was just a weak fantasy, but now. I'd gotten so good at pretending, sometimes it almost felt real. Enough to make the act bearable, enough to even fake a shuddering finish. It was pathetic compared to what my own hands could do, but at least it wasn't completely worthless. Afterward, he'd disappear into the bathroom, then pour himself a drink. We slept separately, so I never had to linger in the mess. But tonight, as I reached for my clothes, his voice stopped me. "Where do you think you're going?" I froze. "To bed, you're not." He returned with 2 glasses of wine, setting one on the nightstand. "Stay." It wasn't a request. I knew better. Years under his roof had taught me every warning sign, every silent threat. He didn't hit me often, but he wouldn't hesitate if I pushed too far. So I left my clothes where they'd fallen and climbed back into bed. He handed me the glass, clinking his against mine with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The clink of his wineglass against mine felt hollow as he toasted, to living life to the fullest. I didn't drink. My days blurred together, each one slipping through my fingers while I waited for something, anything, to change. Lucien licked the remnants of wine from his lips, studying me with that calculating gaze. "What did you do today?" "Read by the pool." My answer was automatic, detached. His fingers traced my wrist, his touch almost warm. "Your tan looks lovely." "Thanks," he smirked, launching into another monologue about his latest prototype, some high-tech weapon already sparking a bidding war before the auction even opened. I tuned out. Lucien was a genius, sure, but his brilliance built destruction. He cherry-picked buyers, raking in billions while the world teetered on the edge of chaos. I hated everything about it. Then, without warning, his fingers slid into my hair, tucking a loose strand behind my ear. The gesture was startling, gentle, almost affectionate. Since when did he touch me like this? Normally, he didn't bother with foreplay. He took what he wanted, efficient and cold. But tonight, he murmured, "You're beautiful, you know that." I nearly choked on my wine. 3 weeks ago, he'd criticized my weight. Now I was beautiful. His lips brushed the corner of my mouth, another first. Confusion coiled in my chest as he set his glass aside and climbed over me, kissing my skin like he had all the time in the world. Then, with deliberate slowness, he tipped my wineglass, letting the liquid spill across my chest before licking it away. I let him. What else could I do? But this wasn't passion, it was control, wrapped in velvet. And somehow it felt worse than his usual indifference. The next morning, a single rose lay on his pillow. A note beside it read, "Beautiful, join me for breakfast." We didn't do breakfast. We barely spoke outside of his demands. Yet there he was, sunlight streaming through the windows as he watched me enter the dining room. "Morning, Lucien," I said, playing my part. "Morning, beautiful." The nickname twisted in my gut. He'd only ever called me Cassini, his wife, his possession. Beautiful was what he called the women who didn't last the night. So why now? And why me? The steaming mug of coffee sat untouched in front of me while Lucien casually sipped his own. Silence stretched between us like a canyon. What could we possibly talk about? Our entire relationship revolved around cold, obligatory sex, nothing more. Breakfast conversation felt as pointless as polishing a rusted anchor. "I was thinking we could drive into Siena after this," he said suddenly. "Do some shopping, grab lunch." My coffee nearly went flying. "Why?" The word shot out sharper than I intended. But come on, since when did we do anything together outside public appearances? He only dragged me to events to parade me around like some trophy wife. Lucien set his cup down hard, his expression shifting. "What do you mean, why?" he growled. "I just figured you'd be buried in work," I muttered. "You always are," he shrugged. "It can wait." Fantastic. The only peace I ever got was when he was gone, when I could pretend I wasn't married at all until he barged back in at night. I forced a smile. "Good, you do work too much." "True," he admitted, taking another sip. I stabbed at my breakfast, my stomach twisting. A whole damn day trapped with him. Our marriage barely functioned because we avoided each other. Now I had to endure small talk and forced smiles in public. "You've been different lately," I said carefully. "What's going on?" Because this wasn't the Lucien I knew. The cold, ruthless man had softened lately, holding doors, asking about my day, even smiling. It was unsettling. "Thought I should spend more time with my wife," he said smoothly. Oh, joy. Couldn't he lavish attention on one of his mistresses instead? "Things have felt different," he mused, stirring sugar into his coffee. "Different how? Us." I nearly choked. Us. Nothing had changed. I still hated him, and he still treated me like another shiny possession in his collection. "When we're together now," he continued, locking eyes with me, "you actually want me." My blood ran cold. What the hell was he talking about? Did he mean during sex? Because I barely tolerated his touch. "You're so responsive," he murmured. Maybe marriage just needed time to settle in. Then it hit me like a freight train. Those nights when he thought I was lost in pleasure. I'd been imagining Balto, the bartender with the sinful smirk and hands that made my skin burn. I'd fantasized so vividly my body had betrayed me, reacting to Lucien like he was someone else entirely. The realization made me sick. Lucien had completely misread my reactions, somehow convinced I actually enjoyed his company. Great. The staff loaded his luggage into the black SUV idling in the driveway. Dressed in his crisp dress shirt and tailored slacks, he was prepped for his weekend trip to Paris, where he'd schmooze potential clients over expensive dinners. Networking was his thing, necessary when sourcing rare materials for his high-end explosives. No wonder his weapons cost a fortune. The man put in the legwork. He'd asked me to walk him out, so I did, forcing a smile. "Back Monday, beautiful," he said, turning to face me. At 5'7", I wasn't exactly dwarfed by him. Balto, on the other hand, had loomed over me even while sitting. "Stay safe," I muttered, because what else was there to say? Our dynamic had shifted, and now he expected concern when he left. Pushing back wasn't an option, not when he controlled everything. My visits to my brothers, my car, my freedom. Easier to play along than risk losing what little I had left. "Always," he murmured before pulling me into a kiss, his fingers tangling in my hair. I shut my eyes and imagined Balto instead, his rough hands, the way he'd looked at me like I was the only woman in the room. Anything to escape the reality of Lucien's lips on mine. The man repulsed me, not just because I wasn't attracted to him, but because of how he treated people. The way he snapped orders at the staff like they were nothing, the cold efficiency of his executions right outside our home. Still, I kissed him back, pretending it was someone else. "See you when you get back." He climbed into the car without another word, the tinted windows hiding his expression as it pulled away. Even after he was gone, the taste of him lingered, a bitter reminder of his control. His indifference was a relief compared to his twisted affection. Fantasizing about Balto was my only escape, though it only made the ache worse. Back inside, I drowned my frustration in a brutal workout, then soaked in the tub until the water turned cold. As night fell, my mind wandered back to the one person I couldn't forget. 3 weeks since I'd last seen him. Did he even remember me? Or was I just another name in his little black book? The more I thought about it, the more suffocated I felt. Hours with Lucien were a prison sentence, nothing like the fire I'd had with Balto. I missed real passion, not this hollow performance sitting alone at the bar. I swirled my martini, the icy glass doing nothing to cool the heat creeping up my neck. 2 nights ago, I'd promised myself I wouldn't come back here, wouldn't pick up that damn phone again. But here I was, dressed in black like some cliché femme fatale, my fingers tapping the counter while my stomach twisted. The bartender slid the phone toward me with a knowing smirk, as if he'd seen this scene play out 100 times before. The place was nearly empty for a Saturday night, just a few stragglers nursing their drinks. No one paid me any attention, which was both a relief and a sting. Lucien had started watching me more closely lately, and that should have been enough to scare me off. But instead, it just made me angrier, at him, at myself. I didn't want his possessive glances. I wanted him, the one whose voice alone could make my breath hitch. I dialed before I could talk myself out of it. He answered on the first ring, his deep voice laced with that familiar arrogance. "Took you long enough, sweetheart." That nickname wrapped around me like a too-tight dress, suffocating and thrilling all at once. My toes curled in my heels, betraying me instantly. God, I hated how much I loved it. The music from the bar speakers blurred into white noise as I pressed the phone closer, my pulse hammering. "This is a mistake," I whispered, even as my body leaned into the lie. "The best ones always are." 20 minutes later, I was stepping into his penthouse, the city lights sprawling below us like scattered diamonds. Last time, I hadn't noticed the floor-to-ceiling windows or the sleek leather furniture. All I'd seen was him. Now my gaze flickered over the space, expensive, controlled, just like the man pouring himself a scotch. "You sure you don't want one?" He didn't wait for an answer, knocking back the drink in one smooth motion. When he turned, his eyes locked onto mine with predatory focus. One hand tangled in my hair, the other tilting my chin up. No kiss, just that unbearable tension, his thumb tracing the edge of my lip. "You won't make me wait again." It wasn't a question. I should have laughed, shoved him away. Instead, my body melted against his like it had a mind of its own. He lifted me effortlessly, carrying me down the hall like I weighed nothing. And the worst part. I let him. Balto tossed me onto the mattress, his hands already sliding under the hem of my dress, fingers tracing the lace of my thong before tugging it down. The fabric slipped past my thighs, and he brought it to his face, inhaling deeply, just like he had with the taste of me still on his fingertips. My body trembled, knees pressing together as heat pooled between my legs. "Balto!" His name left my lips in a breathless whisper. Weeks of pent-up desire crashed over me, more intense than any fantasy I'd conjured alone. He yanked off his shirt, revealing a torso sculpted like a damn Greek statue, broad shoulders tapering into a narrow waist, every muscle defined beneath smooth, sun-kissed skin. Those deep V-lines leading to his hips, straight out of a magazine. My thighs parted instinctively, craving him. His jeans hit the floor, and there it was, thick, hard, and already straining toward me like it had a mind of its own. "How should I take you?" His voice was rough as he climbed over me, my dress shoved up around my waist. My palms skimmed the ridges of his abs, tracing the heat of his body. He wasn't some overblown gym rat, just pure, lean strength, his arms corded with power. I hadn't even seen his back yet, but I already knew it would be just as flawless. "Surprise me," I breathed as he stripped the dress off completely, leaving me bare beneath him. His gaze burned over my curves, lingering on my breasts before dipping lower. "Every inch of you is perfect," he muttered, though he was the one who looked like he'd stepped off a movie set. His mouth found the hollow between my collarbones, lips searing a path down my skin. My fingers tangled in his hair, my wedding ring, cold and heavy, digging into my scalp. A sharp reminder. Lucian would lose it if I came home without it. The thought sent a chill through me, but Balto's warmth chased it away as his body pressed against mine. I arched into him, legs locking around his waist. Just this, skin against skin, his weight pinning me, was enough to make me dizzy. I barely knew him, but in this moment, he made me feel more alive than Lucian ever had. And damn, if I were free. I'd never let this man out of my bed. His mouth met mine in a slow, intoxicating kiss that sent my thoughts scattering. Every movement of his lips was deliberate, teasing, making my pulse race. He traced the edge of my mouth, nipped at my lower lip, then deepened the kiss, his tongue sliding against mine. My body arched into him, heat pooling between my thighs as I rocked against the hard length of him. The friction was electric, sending waves of pleasure through me. My breath hitched, fingers tangling in his hair as I pulled him closer. "Should I take you like this?" His whisper was rough against my lips. "Is this what you need?" I tightened my grip on his waist, my voice barely steady. "No, I want to be the one in control." He stilled, his dark eyes locking onto mine like a challenge. "Then take what you want." I needed to feel him beneath me, to set the rhythm, to savor every inch of him. I wanted his hands on my body, my clit pressed against him as I rode him hard. I wanted to hear him lose control, to hear those deep, primal sounds escape him. His gaze burned into me, shadows flickering in his expression as I shifted, rolling him onto his back. His muscles tensed under my touch, his body all power and restraint. He lay there, his cock heavy against his stomach, glistening with my arousal. The way he handled himself, confident, practiced, told me he was no stranger to pleasure. He reached for protection, rolling it on with ease before giving me a smirk. "Your turn." I settled over him, letting my body hover just above his, teasing us both. The heat of him, the firmness, nothing compared. My hands roamed his torso, tracing the ridges of his abs before sliding up to his chest. "You're unreal," I murmured, the words slipping out before I could stop them. Normally, I'd never say something so bold, but right now, I didn't care. He could be as smug as he wanted, he'd earned it. His grip tightened on my hips, a low groan escaping him as I finally guided him inside. I had to adjust, his length almost too much, but my body welcomed him greedily. The stretch was intense, towing the line between pleasure and pain, but I wouldn't have it any other way. When I finally took him all the way, I let out a shaky breath, savoring the way he filled me completely. And then, I moved my breath hitched as my head fell back, fingers tracing my own curves while my mind floated somewhere beyond reason. The barriers holding me back had shattered. Now all that existed was this raw, electric connection between us. Every nerve in my body pulsed, my hips moving on their own as pleasure coiled tight inside me. It wasn't just sex. It was something deeper, like worship, like fire and surrender all at once. His hands slid under mine, calloused palms claiming my skin with a possessive grip. A rough squeeze, then the teasing flick of his thumbs, just enough to make me gasp. "Damn, you look incredible like this," he growled, voice thick with desire. I arched into him, bracing my hands against his chest as I rocked slowly, savoring every inch. Because I feel incredible. The words slipped out before I could stop them, too honest, too needy. But I didn't care. This wasn't about restraint, it was about feeling. And yet, I forced myself to slow down, dragging out each movement like I was memorizing him. He wasn't having it. His grip tightened on my hips, pulling me back into rhythm. "Stop holding back," he demanded, shifting my angle just right. The friction sent sparks up my spine, and I dug my nails into his skin, biting back a moan. "Why?" I breathed, even though I already knew the answer. "Because I want to watch you fall apart." His voice was rough, his gaze locked on mine, dark, intense, hungry. And just like that, I was gone. My hips jerked forward, my body tightening around him as pleasure crashed over me in waves. When I finally came back to myself, I was moving slower, softer, my fingers uncurling from his chest. He traced idle circles on my stomach, his smirk lazy but satisfied. "Best damn view in the world." A laugh escaped me, half breathless, half reckless. "You have no idea how often I think about you when I'm alone." The confession tumbled out, reckless and true. "How many nights I've pretended it's you instead of—" I cut myself off, but the truth lingered between us. His grip tightened, pulling me closer. "Then don't pretend anymore." And just like that, I was lost in him all over again. The damage to my reputation was already done. Might as well enjoy the fallout. Balto propped himself up, fingers tangling in my hair as his lips traced my throat, his strong arm locking me against him. He lifted me effortlessly, driving himself deep with relentless force. My arms wound around his neck, our mouths crashing together while I took every inch of him, breathless and shameless. Heat coiled low in my stomach, my nails scraping his scalp as I matched his rhythm, lost in the kind of raw intensity I'd never experienced before. Even past relationships paled in comparison. This wasn't just good, it was unreal. "Balt." My palms slid over his shoulders, mapping the ridges of muscle beneath sweat-slick skin. I tilted my head back, studying the sharp angles of his face, cheekbones that could slice through steel. A wicked grin curved my lips. "I want to see you lose control." His grip tightened. "Not done with you yet." "Oh, you will be." I rocked harder, dragging a stifled groan from him. His eyes locked onto mine, dark and burning as his body tensed. He wasn't loud, but the way his jaw clenched, the way his hips jerked, every silent second screamed pleasure. When he finally let go, his breath hitched, his release hitting hard. And yet impossibly, he stayed rock hard inside me. I blinked. "How the hell?" he smirked, already rolling on another condom. "Blame the view." Hours later, I collapsed beside him, too spent to care about anything but the softness of his ridiculously luxurious bed. The dim light cast shadows across his bare chest, highlighting every defined inch. At 63, he was pure temptation, and for once, I didn't mind being just another name on his list. Tonight, I wasn't thinking about consequences. Just how damn good it felt to be reckless. His body was a masterpiece, every muscle defined, from his powerful thighs to the sharp V-cut of his hips. My fingers traced the ridges of his abs, his skin warm under my touch. When he turned his head, his tousled hair and half-lidded gaze made him look like something out of a fantasy. His hand closed over mine, squeezing gently, and I curled into his side, breathing in the intoxicating mix of his cologne and sweat. For a moment, it was easy to forget he was just some guy I'd picked up at a dive bar on a random Wednesday. I didn't even know his last name, and the armed guards patrolling his place should have been a red flag. But right then, none of that mattered. He was just a distraction, a temporary escape from my real life. And damn, was he good at it. Then I saw the ring, a diamond-studded skull on his middle finger stark against his tanned skin. It matched the logo on his business card, and suddenly the armed guards made a lot more sense. "That's an interesting ring," I said, trying to sound casual. His lips brushed my forehead. "Doesn't sound like you're a fan." It's just different. What's it mean? He smirked, his fingers trailing lazily up my side. It's who I am, my world, my power. I pulled back to meet his gaze. Those eyes, sharp, hypnotic, didn't belong on a man like him. He looked like trouble, the kind that could ruin you and make you beg for more. So who are you? I asked. He shifted, propping himself up on one arm, his hand sliding from my knee to my ribs. I'll tell you if you tell me who you are. I laughed. Trust me, I'm not half as interesting as you. His fingers traced slow circles on my skin. Disagree. His voice dropped, low and dangerous. But fair's fair. You answer my questions, I'll answer yours. The air between us crackled, and for the first time I wondered if I'd bitten off more than I could chew. You in or out? His fingers traced a slow path up my chest, pausing just below my throat. Sounds like you're flirting with trouble. Maybe I am. His grip shifted to my neck, just firm enough to make my pulse jump. You game? This guy was no fairy tale prince, that much was obvious. Power clung to him like a second skin, and the way his security detail hovered meant he was someone worth guarding. A man who owned a luxury high-rise in downtown Chicago didn't just have money, he had influence. The danger lurking beneath his charm was intoxicating, but I wasn't about to peel back the layers to see what lurked underneath. Hard pass. I've got your number already. Oh, yeah. His fingers loosened, sliding into my hair with practiced ease. For someone so ruthless, he had an uncanny way of making a woman feel both vulnerable and wanted. Confidence and skill made him impossible to resist. Let me guess, wealthy, dangerous, untouchable. That adds up to one thing, you're a criminal. The question is, what kind? He didn't answer, just tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear, his knuckles grazing my jawline. Curious. If I took the bait, he'd demand something in return, and I knew exactly what he'd ask for. Ignorance is bliss. A smirk tugged at his lips. So you think I'm dangerous, yet here you are, alone, naked. His palm skimmed down my body, settling high on my thigh. No one knows where you are. I could do anything, keep you locked away, make you disappear. And yet you keep coming back, brave, reckless, or just bored. There's another option. Enlighten me. Maybe I just don't care what happens to me. My life had become a hollow routine, drifting through days like a shadow. Even when Lucien called for me, I felt nothing. I'd sacrificed everything, love, freedom, a future, for someone who'd thrown me away without a second thought. That betrayal cut deeper than any knife. Balto studied me, his gaze unreadable, a master at hiding every thought. So if I decided to keep you, you wouldn't even try to run. The threat wasn't just in his words. It was in the way his fingers brushed dangerously close, in the way his eyes never wavered. My heart hammered, but I held his stare. He was a mystery, a storm wrapped in a tailored suit, and the worst part, I was already in too deep to walk away. I had no clue what kind of criminal Lucien really was. Drugs, human trafficking, underground gambling rings. Hell, maybe he dabbled in all of it. Sure, he'd never outright threatened me, but that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. He had this unsettling calmness, the kind of control that could snap my neck without breaking a sweat. Just because a man doesn't lose his temper doesn't mean he won't bury you in the desert. That would be a really bad idea, I muttered. His fingers dug into my thigh. For who? You, or that useless husband of yours? His smirk was infuriating. He's a powerful man. Trust me, I could crush him without breaking a sweat, Lucien countered, leaning in so close I could feel his breath on my lips. If your life is so miserable, why not be mine instead? His mouth brushed the edge of mine, sending an unwelcome shiver down my spine. The audacity offering me a gilded cage like it was some kind of privilege. I don't want to be anyone's prisoner, I shot back, his expression darkened. Then leave him. I can't. Why? His weight pressed me deeper into the mattress, his voice sharp as a blade. You don't strike me as the type to just roll over and take it. You'd rather go down swinging than suffocate slowly. So tell me, why put up with this? I couldn't meet his gaze. The truth was too humiliating to say out loud. Look at me. The command was quiet but absolute. My eyes flicked up. There's always a choice, even when it feels like there is, so explain why you're playing the victim. Anger flared in my chest. I'm not a victim. Could have fooled me, he scoffed. A woman like you should be ruling, not kneeling. You could have any man, any life you wanted. Instead, you let some unworthy bastard own you. Why? His words stung, not because they were cruel, but because they were true. I clenched my jaw. Because I made a deal and I don't break my word. What kind of deal? His hand slid to my stomach, his body tense with anticipation. I hated thinking about that day, the rage in Case's eyes, the crushing weight of my decision. The moment I traded my freedom for a man who never loved me back. He was going to kill Evan, I whispered, my voice barely audible. The only way to save him was to marry Case. I swore I'd obey. Forever. The silence that followed was heavier than Lucian's body on top of my brother always drilled into me that integrity is everything. So I held up my end of the bargain. He released Evan, and I've been paying for that choice ever since. I clenched my jaw, refusing to let tears fall. Crying over Evan, not a chance. He'd already stolen enough from me, my pride, my trust, and I wasn't handing him another damn thing. Balto stayed silent, his breathing steady, almost too quiet to hear. He didn't force me to meet his gaze this time. Did Evan even try to fight for you, or did he go down swinging? Because let's be real, if you were still in the picture, you wouldn't be here with me. I almost laughed. Balto was giving Evan way too much credit. Save me, please. He married someone else, had a kid, moved on before the ink was even dry on my sacrifice, like I was nothing. I swung my legs off the bed, my skin prickling with cold fury. No tears, just a hollow ache in my chest and a knot in my stomach. Evan's betrayal wasn't just painful, it was humiliating. Don't you dare act like you know me. Don't mistake survival for weakness. And don't call me a fool, trust me. I've already had that conversation with myself. I snatched my dress from the floor, yanking it on, not bothering with the missing underwear. My heels clicked as I stood, the rush of passion from earlier now a distant memory. The bed creaked as Balto got up. I heard the rustle of fabric as he dressed, but he didn't offer empty comfort or judgment. What could he even say? I'd wrecked my life for a man who never gave a damn. Pathetic. Then his arms circled my waist, pulling me back against him. His chest was solid against my spine, his breath warm on my neck. No words, just the weight of his presence, steady and silent. His hands pressed into my stomach, possessive but gentle, like he wanted to absorb every broken piece of me. I sagged against him, my legs shaky, my arms draping over his. For minutes, we just existed, breathing in sync. His fingers hooked under my dress strap, sliding it down. I didn't resist. The other followed, and the fabric pooled at my feet. Exposed, raw more than just skin deep. His jeans hit the floor next, his boxers with them. Then he was against me, hard and burning, pressing between my thighs like a brand. No turning back now. You never really loved Evan. You might believe you did, but deep down you didn't. His hands gripped my waist, spinning me around until our eyes locked. I braced for scorn or disgust, but instead, I saw that familiar look, the one he always gave me. And let's be real, he didn't love you either. Love isn't some half-assed emotion. A man who truly loves a woman is relentless, obsessive. He'd rather burn the world down than watch her give herself to someone else. What you had, that wasn't love. That was hormones and bad decisions wrapped in wishful thinking. When real love hits you, you'll know. Because it won't just be about you, it'll be about him loving you harder than you ever thought possible. That's the raw, ugly truth of it. And baby, you haven't felt it yet. His voice carried the weight of someone who'd seen too much. Have you? His fingers tangled in my hair, pulling just enough to remind me who was in control. No, he admitted, his thumb tracing my cheekbone. But I know exactly how I'd be if I ever loved a woman, loyal to a fault, protective to the point of insanity, and I'd never let her throw herself in front of a bullet for me. Because she'd be everything, and a real man dies before he lets his queen fall. She lay beside me, lost in sleep, her body a masterpiece of curves and soft edges. Those hips, the kind that could start wars or end them. My lips always found that single freckle on her right hip, like it was a secret only I knew. Her skin was smooth, golden, like she'd been dipped in sunlight. I watched the slow rise and fall of her chest, the quiet rhythm of her breathing. No way was I waking her. If her husband noticed she was gone, good, let him panic. My gaze dropped to the monstrosity on her finger, a diamond so big it screamed insecurity. That ring wasn't about love. It was a neon sign flashing, look what I can afford. Real wealth doesn't need to shout, and her marriage, a joke. She tied herself to some entitled brat who didn't deserve her. The guy wasn't a man, just a boy playing grown-up, treating her like another trophy. When I first met Cassini, I thought she had it all figured out, strong, sharp, unshakable. But she wasn't free. She'd chained herself to a loser, and it pissed me off. Part of me wanted to shake her, scream at her to wake up. But when she turned away, shutting me out, I realized something worse. I was already losing her. And that stung more than I wanted to admit. One wrong word, and she'd vanish. No calls, no texts, just gone. And damn it, I wanted her to stay. Who was I to judge when my own past wasn't exactly squeaky clean? Sure, I'd never let anyone play me like a fiddle, but I'd cut corners, bent rules. Calling her out would make me a hypocrite. Still, the anger simmered because she deserved more than this. Yet, there was something about her, the way she kept her promises, even when the world was crumbling. Maybe she came from one of those old money families where reputation was everything. The way she carried herself, chin up, shoulders back, like she had every right to own the room. I watched her sleep, her dark hair fanned across the pillow, effortless elegance even in rest. That freckle by her lip, the way her olive skin glowed, she was a damn masterpiece. Married women had their perks, no strings, no drama. They wanted secrecy, just like I did. But that ring on her finger, it pissed me off, like she belonged to someone else. Her eyes fluttered open, that peaceful morning glow fading fast as reality crashed back in. You were only out for half an hour, I said. She exhaled, tension melting. I should go. Stay. I didn't offer that often. My usual move. One night, no repeats. But she was different. I can't, she said, running a hand through her hair like she wasn't even trying to wreck me. My husband's out of town, but his guys watch everything. The maid reports back if I'm gone too long. Guards, that meant power or danger. Maybe he was someone I knew, maybe someone I wanted dead. She started to leave, but I yanked her back. I've got something for you, her lips curled. You've given me enough. That smirk, those lips. Hell, even after 3 rounds, I wasn't done. Next time, I wanted her mouth on me, lipstick smudged, that fire still burning. She pulled away, leaving me with that wicked smile. New detail. The mention of the husband's guards hints at a darker underworld connection, adding tension. Voice twist, shifts from frustration to dark amusement when considering the husband's possible identity. Evan should have stopped her. Why the hell didn't he? The thought burned through me as I grabbed the phone from the nightstand and held it out. This is yours now. She barely glanced at it. I already have one. Yeah, but you're paranoid someone's listening. Now you can reach me whenever, no more sneaking off to the bar just to hook up. Her fingers twitched but didn't take it. We can't keep doing this. We will keep doing this. I shoved the phone into her palm, forcing her grip shut. And you know you want to. She finally took it, hesitating before meeting my gaze. After what I told you, I figured you'd be disgusted. The shame in her voice was thick, her eyes dropping like she couldn't bear the weight of it. Everyone screws up, doesn't mean you're stuck with it forever. Her green eyes flicked up, surprised. I thought you'd rip into me. My family sure does. My brother won't even look at me the same. She already had the world kicking her for one mistake. She didn't need me piling on. You've beaten yourself up enough. The guilt was written all over her face the second she confessed. It ate at her. And honestly, I didn't care. She was just a good time, nothing more. She turned the phone over, studying it. It's identical to mine. That's the idea, less suspicious if someone sees it. Her eyes narrowed. How'd you know what mine looked like? Went through your purse. No guilt, no apology, bold move. Always. A smirk tugged at her lips. So you saw my id? Nope. Really? She tilted her head. You could have found out everything, my name, my husband's, just like that. Not my business. If I really wanted to know, I wouldn't need your purse to figure it out. Her fingers trailed up my chest, slow and deliberate. Then why haven't you? I couldn't decide what was more intoxicating, her face, her body, or the way she touched me like she couldn't get enough. Because this is just fun. Names don't matter. Her hand stilled, then dropped back to the sheets. I should go. Before she could move, she leaned in, her lips brushing mine, soft but electric, the same fire as always. One kiss and she could have climbed into my lap right then. She was always ready for me, and I was always craving her. The way she moved, the way she looked at me, like I was everything she wanted. And damn if she wasn't everything I wanted too. She rolled out of bed, stretching in a way that gave me an eyeful before slipping back into her dress. I tugged on my jeans and buttoned my shirt while she tucked the spare phone into her clutch. You programmed your number in here, she asked. Yeah, I said. Don't call after 5, that's when he usually walks through the door. Where's he at all day? She shrugged, her voice dripping with indifference. Work, or maybe his other place with his little harem. Honestly, I stopped keeping track. A wife at home, yet he still paid for company. That didn't add up. What about texts? Texts are fine. I'll keep the phone hidden when he's around, problem solved. What started as a one-night thing had just turned into a full-blown secret operation. And honestly, I was here for it. No risk on my end, just the thrill of the game. This guy had her trapped in some twisted deal to save her ex. What kind of lowlife does that? Okay, maybe me, but that wasn't the point. I lived for the rush, knife fights, adrenaline, outsmarting idiots who thought they had the upper hand. And now, I got to screw with this guy's head without him even knowing. Part of me wanted him to find out. Client or not, enemy or not, I didn't care. Locking her into marriage over some deadbeat ex was extreme. A few months of fun, sure, a lifetime, that's just being a prick. She stepped into her heels. Mind if I freshen up? Go for it. When she came back, she looked like she just stepped out of a high-end brunch, not a late-night rendezvous. Hair flawless, makeup pristine, like she'd spent the evening with friends, not tangled up in my sheets. The transformation almost made me want to mess her up all over again. You don't have to walk me out every time, she said. I know, but a woman like you shouldn't be walking alone dressed like that. Dressed like what? She shot back, her fire returning as she stepped into the elevator, giving me the same icy glare as before. You could wear a potato sack and still stop traffic, but in that dress, you're basically a neon sign for trouble. This city's full of pretty faces, but none of them hold a candle to you. With me next to you, those cowards won't even look twice. The doors slid open, and we hit the sidewalk. She kept her distance, no hand-holding, no arm-linking, like someone might spot us and tattle to her husband. As if being out this late together wasn't already suspicious. Or maybe she just wasn't the touchy-feely type. Fine by me. After a few blocks, we reached her Bugatti. The sleek black Bugatti gleamed under the streetlights, freshly waxed and meticulously maintained by her household staff. She fished her keys from her designer clutch, pressing her body against mine with deliberate heat. Every night until we meet again, you'll be all I think about, she murmured, her fingers tracing the contours of my chest through my shirt. The way her gaze lingered on my lips sent a clear message. She wanted to shove me against the nearest wall and devour me right there. Her touch burned through the fabric, nails digging just enough to remind me who was really in control. When her eyes met mine again, those dark lashes fluttering, my imagination ran wild, her alone in silk sheets, chasing the same pleasure I'd given her. My jeans grew uncomfortably tight at the thought. Normally, neediness would have killed the mood, but with her, every whispered confession, how I was the best she'd ever had, how she fantasized about me while her husband tried his best, only stoked the fire. "Next time, park inside the compound," I growled. "A car like this, it's a neon sign asking for trouble." She smirked, turning to leave, but I caught her wrist and yanked her back. "You really thought I'd let you walk away without a proper goodbye?" Her laugh was low as she melted into me, arms looping around my neck. I was counting on it. I crushed her against me, kissing her like she wasn't just another fling, but something far more dangerous. Her lips were sweet and electric, a cocktail of honey and something illicit. My grip tightened on her ass, fingers sinking into soft curves as she gasped into my mouth. The sound was desperate, like she'd been starved for touch. And hell if I didn't want to be the one to ruin her for anyone else. When I finally pulled back, she looked dazed, lips parted like she wanted more. "Night, Balto," she breathed, stepping away reluctantly. "Night, baby." I watched her sway toward the car, already imagining all the ways I'd take her apart next time. The engine roared to life, but even as she disappeared down the street, the hunger didn't fade. Hours of passion, and yet nothing. No satisfaction, just the same hollow craving. I turned on my heel, storming into Case's office past his useless security. "Where's my damn money?" The words were a snarl. My patience, long gone the dining room, was cluttered with paperwork, and Case sat across from his brother, his sharp green eyes locked onto me like a predator sizing up prey. He had the build of a man who could hold his own, broad shoulders, arms that looked carved from stone, but his poker face couldn't hide the fact that he was still playing catch-up. "You couldn't just knock like a normal person." He tossed his pen onto the stack of papers in front of him. "Where's the fun in that?" I strolled over to the bar by the window, pouring myself a scotch over ice before settling into a chair like I belonged there. "Besides, your guys folded like cheap suits. Might want to rethink your hiring strategy if you're serious about keeping people out." Case scoffed. "We're just a pasta factory, no need for an army." I took a slow sip, letting the burn of the liquor sink in before leaning forward. "Here's a free lesson real power doesn't hide. The guys at the top, they don't pretend, they own it. You'll get there eventually." "Too new for this, huh?" Case smirked, running a hand through his dark hair. "Funny, 'cause new guys don't pull in the kind of numbers we did this month. Our product's premium, just like our pasta." I glanced at his brother, Dirk, who hadn't said a word. Same sharp features, same calculating stare. Case pushed back from the table and grabbed a briefcase off the counter, popping it open in front of me. Stacks of cash, crisp and neatly bundled. I thumbed through a pile, doing the math in my head. $5 million easy." "Close enough," Case said, grinning. "Not bad, but don't get cocky, money's just the start." Dirk finally spoke, his voice low. "We're just getting warmed up." Case nodded toward him. "Dirk's the brains, knows how to make a product so good one taste hooks M for life." I raised my glass in Dirk's direction. "Most of what's out there is garbage, yours is." "Damn right," Case said. "We'll be running this city soon." I swirled my drink, watching the ice clink. "Ambition's great until it gets you killed. You're not ready for the war that comes with that crown." Dirk's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Not yet." The air thickened, tension humming like a live wire. I took another sip, savoring the quiet before the storm. I'd totally misjudged these guys. Sure, their family pasta business had been around forever, raking in steady cash, but they weren't just content with that. They were aiming for the whole damn sky. "My job is to keep things smooth," I said, leaning back in my chair. "By strong-arming people," Case shot back, eyebrows raised. "Yep, call it one of my specialties." I snapped the briefcase shut and took a slow sip of scotch, letting the burns settle. Threats speed things up, and when I actually follow through, well, let's just say deadlines get met real quick. I set my glass down, locking eyes with him to drive the point home. No bluff here. Case didn't flinch. "You got your cut, now get out." I'll leave when my drink's done. I swirled the amber liquid, watching it catch the light before taking another sip. Dirk, leaner than his brother but just as solid, tapped his fingers against the table, gaze steady. These two had folded under pressure, sure, but they hadn't lost their spine. I had to respect that. "So what's the deal?" I asked. "You guys users." Case didn't look up from his paperwork. "No, if we were, we'd be terrible at this job." A half-smoked cigar sat on the table, the air still thick with its scent. Dirk smirked. "We stick to whiskey, cigars, and women, that's it." I grinned. "We host an auction every Friday, top-tier companionship, no strings. Exclusive crowd, you want in?" Case slammed his pen down, jaw tight. "I don't need your help finding company, and that business, disgusting. I've got a sister," and he cut himself off, shaking his head. "Not interested, neither is he." The room went cold. Funny, he'd barely blinked when I muscled into his operation, but this set him off. "What happened to her?" Dirk scoffed. "Like you care, Balto." "I'm the guy who gets things done," I said, turning to Case. "Maybe I can fix it." Case finally met my eyes, the anger fading just a little. He studied me, silent for a long moment. "Some things can't be fixed, not even by you." Later, I walked back into the prison, watching as the guards led Heath in. Same routine, cuffs clipped to the table, chains bolted to the floor. Business as usual. The bright orange jumpsuit made him look like a circus performer who'd lost his act. No wig, no makeup, just pure humiliation. The guards slammed the door shut, leaving us alone in the cold, sterile room. 6 months behind bars had roughened my brother's edges, but I didn't feel an ounce of sympathy. He was reckless, unpredictable, a liability. Maybe a taste of prison life would teach him what it meant to go hungry, to be powerless, to take orders from some scrawny guard with a chip on his shoulder. He needed this wake-up call. See, I wasn't against crime, just bad criminals. I ran the tightest operation in the country because I had standards. Fear and respect kept me at the top, not mindless violence. I didn't start wars I couldn't finish, and I never wasted a bullet. Heath, he was a mess. "You done throwing tantrums?" I asked, leaning back. We could have been twins, same sharp jawline, same build, same cold stare. But where my eyes held control, his were hollow, worn down by months of bad food and worse company. Meanwhile, I'd been living large, top-shelf whiskey, women who knew better than to ask questions. Heath didn't fight back this time. "Yeah, happy now, Dick." "Not really, still sounds like you've got an attitude." "I'll follow the rules," he muttered, "but I'm not your lapdog." I smirked. "Everyone's my lapdog." "You'll just have to get used to it." His jaw tightened, but he stayed quiet. "You'll work under the Skull Kings, keep your head down, and stay out of my way. Got it?" His glare was ice. "And if I say no, then what's your move?" I crossed my arms. "Because if you test me again, I'll drag you right back here." I own the cops, the judges, hell, half the prison staff. Some guys liked knives or fire for punishment, but I preferred the slow rot of confinement. The first few months, fine. Then the food turns to ash in your mouth, the boredom gnaws at your sanity, and your body starts to forget what freedom feels like. I didn't want to do this to family, but Heath left me no choice. It was this or a bullet. He exhaled, defeated. "I don't have a plan." "Exactly. No cash, no roof over your head." I raised an eyebrow. "You really think I'd let you crash in my penthouse after this stunt?" He scoffed. 4 floors of luxury and your own brother's not welcome." "Not until you prove you're worth the trouble." New detail, a flicker of something, regret, passed over his face before he looked away. Maybe prison had changed him more than I thought. "You really think keeping tabs on me is your top priority?" He scoffed. I wasn't about to play warden, I had people for that. "Fine, you can crash at my place, 3rd floor, but what's your game plan?" "Game plan?" He threw his hands up. "Since when do I need one the second I walk out?" "You're not stepping foot outside until you figure it out. Ever considered going straight? Earning some pathetic salary?" He laughed bitterly. "Hell no, I'd die of boredom, my talents, stealing, lying, drinking, and women, that's it." Sounds like the Skull Kings would love you, he groaned. Just give me an answer, Heath. Nothing happens until you do. I knew he couldn't stand another day locked up. The only upside, he'd bulked up in there, all that pent-up rage turning into muscle. His fists slammed the table, chains rattling. Fine, you win like always. A smirk tugged at my lips. Seems that way, doesn't it? His expression darkened. Relax, you're about to taste freedom again. Summer's almost over. I want a week before I sign my life away. Got things to catch up on. Let me guess, I cut in. You need cash for your little extracurriculars. Damn right, you owe me. This whole mess is on you. It had been days since I'd last seen Cassini, and the ache was real. 6 months, my brother was probably losing his mind. You forced my hand, but fine, consider it a brotherly favor. Balto Heath walked out of prison, and I drove him back to my place. My clothes hung off him better than his own. Prison had turned him into a tank. The whole ride, he barely spoke, just stared out at Florence like he was seeing it for the first time. The sunset painted the sky in purples and pinks, the summer heat finally easing as night took over. Wanna make a stop? Nah. But you can still call in some company, right? That's all you care about, I shot back. Really? He turned, eyes sharp. You telling me you would? Fair point. I'd want a steak and whiskey just as bad, or maybe being locked up with nothing but sweaty inmates made a woman seem like a damn miracle. Probably not. He went back to the window. Minutes later, we pulled into my place. The 3rd floor was all his, kitchen, living room, even a hallway of bedrooms. Place is stocked. Make yourself at home. The gym's on the ground floor. He stepped inside, scanning the space with a slow, deliberate gaze. Guess being the Skull King has its perks, huh? I could taste the bitterness in his voice, years locked up while I'd been living large. And yeah, I was the one who'd put him there. Not like he gave me a choice, but try explaining that to him. There's fresh clothes in the bedroom. My place is upstairs. Just shoot me a text before you drop by. I'll do the same. No way was I risking him walking in on Cassini and me. If he saw her, he'd want her, and with us looking like twins, she might not say no. He crossed his arms, still taking it all in. There's a bar down the street, right? Yep. Wanna hit it? I thought you were after a hooker. He shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. Nah, I'll work for it tonight, makes the payoff sweeter. You in? First night free. I'd laid down the rules and he got it. Now, time to see if we still had that brotherly rhythm. Never say no to a drink. The spot where I'd met Cassini was dead, so we picked somewhere livelier. The place was packed, bass thumping, neon lights strobing like a bad 80s throwback, women everywhere. Exactly his scene. My brother was slamming drinks like they were Gatorade, ordering everything he'd missed behind bars. He'd be wrecked by midnight, but hey, his night, his call. Check out the brunette in purple, he said, nodding toward a tall woman with hoop earrings. Perfect for his 6'3" frame. Smile like she knew exactly what she was doing, dress short enough to leave nothing to the imagination. Go for it. She's got a friend, what about her? I don't need your leftovers, Heath. I down the last of my scotch, thumb hovering over my phone. Still no word from her. 4 days. Every time my phone buzzed, part of me braced for the worst, her husband finding out. If anyone deserved the fallout, it was me. Come on, it's a 2-for-1 deal. Neither of them has to feel guilty ditching the other. Please, we both know I'm the better-looking twin. He snorted, eyes still locked on the brunette. Because you've got an apartment and I do. Among other things, you're such an ass. Takes one to know one. He drained his glass, then jerked his chin toward the blonde. She's hot too, you sure you're out? I wasn't feeling it. I'll pass. Suit yourself. At this point in my life, I'd done it all, no thrill left in the chase. But my brother. He was just getting started. The thrill of sex came and went for me. Sometimes it was electric, other times just going through the motions. But right now, it was next level because of the woman I'd met at the bar. She saw me as her forbidden fantasy, her escape from a dull marriage, and damn if that didn't get me going. She had too much pride to break her vows completely, so this would never be more than a fling. And that was exactly why it worked for me. It kept me from getting tangled up with anyone else. Heath shot me a look like he could smell my bullshit from a mile away. You're out here hunting with me, but suddenly you're too good for it. It wasn't about being too good. It was about craving one woman more than the rest. I've got options, Heath. Sometimes you just don't feel like settling. He scoffed. Since when does the Skull King turn down a sure thing? Since I found something better, I muttered, avoiding his gaze. All right, fine. You screwing someone? Yeah, you could say that. His eyebrows shot up. Exclusive, that's new. Not exclusive, just not interested in anyone else right now. Why force it when I already know what I want? He didn't overthink it, just grinned like the devil. She must be something special. Damn right, and married. His eyes flicked to the woman in the purple dress, and he barked a laugh. Now that sounds like you. Should have known there was a twist, so the husband's clueless. I shrugged. Wouldn't care if he was. Even better. She says he's some big shot. You know how I feel about that. He clapped me on the shoulder. Hell yeah, I'd do the same. He nodded toward purple dress. You sure you're good might take both of 'em. Knock yourself out, but word of advice. Let me guess, don't lead with the prison stint, he smirked. I rolled my eyes. Not unless you want to kill the mood. He winked. Depends how you sell it. Heath left with purple dress, her blonde friend shooting me a look I ignored. Rejected, she vanished into the crowd, probably hunting for the next ego boost. The three of us walked back, Heath and his conquest lagging behind, all whispers and laughter. By the time we hit the elevator, they were already a mess, her pinned against the wall, his hands everywhere. She was too wrapped up to notice the doors opening or me standing there like a damn chaperone. When the elevator tried to close on them, I stuck my arm out, holding it open. Some things never change. Heath finally pulled away from their intense make-out session and guided her into the borrowed apartment. Damn, she murmured, pressing herself against him. This place is insane. The elevator doors shut, and I was grateful to escape the sight. Stepping into my own place, I was greeted by the usual, half-empty bottles and that familiar hollow feeling. While Heath was busy with his conquest, I'd be left with my own company. Sometimes I resented Cassini's marriage. If she were single, I wouldn't be stuck waiting for her to make the first move. Pathetic. Stripping down, I showered quickly before collapsing into bed. My phone screen lit up as I scrolled to her contact. Did she still have her burner? Maybe her husband wasn't as oblivious as she thought. A paranoid man would notice an extra phone signal in his own damn house. I sent a risky text, just one word, baby. If she was smart, she'd delete it immediately. The typing bubbles appeared. Was she in bed right now, thinking of me while her husband slept down the hall? Balto. I smirked at her reply. What are you wearing? Every time I pictured her, my mind went straight to her body, the curve of her waist, the freckles scattered across her olive skin. T-shirt and thong. My grin widened. Tell me more about this thong. Black. Lacy. Short, but enough to fuel my imagination. Are they wet? I didn't hold back with her. She brought out the raw, unfiltered version of me. If she were mine, her husband wouldn't be breathing, and she'd be in my bed wearing nothing but my shirt and whatever lingerie I chose. They were until I changed them, so I just missed the fun. Then you must miss me. When the sun goes down, I always miss you. My pulse kicked up as my body reacted. Then why haven't I heard from you? The unspoken sass in her silence was loud. I'm not a chaser. Nor am I. I loved that she matched my energy effortlessly. She had no clue how dangerous I really was, but something told me it wouldn't faze her. Come over. I can't. He's here. Heath was getting laid, and I was stuck here alone. The irony wasn't lost on me. I could have taken someone home tonight, but none of them were her. Most women wanted me for my status or my wallet. Cassini. She wanted me for the way I looked and what I could do to her. That was rare. If she weren't so damn into me, I'd have lost interest by now. She was the first woman who lingered in my thoughts beyond just a fleeting night. The idea of sneaking into his place, slipping through her window. Nothing more thrilling than taking a married woman right in her own bed while her oblivious husband slept down the hall. I could already picture it, the way I'd drive into her, leaving her aching the next morning while he remained clueless. How about I come over? You wouldn't even make it past the front gate. A smirk tugged at my lips. Is that a challenge? No, I like you alive. You don't know what I'm capable of. I know enough. You know my moves pretty damn well. Her reply came sharp. Go to hell, only if you're there with me. The typing dots vanished. She wasn't really mad, just playing the game. When's he leaving? Probably tomorrow. Weekends are his thing. The guy treated her like some prized possession, locking her away like a trophy, only to forget about her the second he walked out the door. She was nothing more than decoration to him, something to admire when it suited him, then ignore when it didn't. Meanwhile, he was out chasing cheap thrills while she sat alone. Maybe if he put in half the effort I did, she'd actually want him. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe. Always keeping me on edge. Send me a pic of what's under that dress. Patience. I don't have any. The internet exists for a reason. I grinned. Come on. Give me something real. Silence. She had no problem getting wild in person, but now. Suddenly shy. Or maybe she was just messing with me. I'll trade you. No response. Then boom, my screen lit up. Holy hell. Her fingers teasing the edge of her panties, curves on full display, lips painted red. It was the hottest thing I'd ever seen. My hand shot to the nightstand, grabbing the lube before I could even think. I worked myself over hard, remembering the way she felt, the way she moved. This wasn't some staged fantasy, it was her. By the time I finished, I was breathless, sweat beating down my back. For once, my own hand didn't feel like a consolation prize. I snapped a picture in return. Your turn, the arousal still pulsed through me, my body refusing to settle down just yet. Too wired, too satisfied. I sent the photo with a quick message, "Thanks, babe," before heading to the dining room. Lucian stood by the window in his tailored suit, phone pressed to his ear as he snapped orders at some poor assistant about his travel plans. His polished shoes tapped against the hardwood as he paced, all business. I slipped into my seat, forcing a neutral expression. Last night, he'd insisted I stay in his bed, but the second he dozed off, I'd bolted back to my room too worked up, too desperate to think straight. And then Balto's message had come through. That photo, thick, veined, glistening. My fingers had been inside my panties before I even realized what I was doing. Lucian cut his call short the second he noticed me. "I'll call you back," he muttered, tossing his phone aside. His gaze locked onto me as he crossed the room. "Morning, beautiful." The sweetness in his voice made my skin crawl, worse than his usual indifference because now it was constant. He leaned in, lips brushing mine, and I kissed him back like a good little puppet. "Morning, how are you?" The words tasted like ash. I didn't feel guilty. Not after last night. Not after everything. He'd been screwing other women since our sham of a marriage began. And even if he hadn't, he'd still blackmailed me into this. But you'd never know from the way I smiled at him. "Where were you this morning?" he asked, voice sharp. I'd left the second his snores started. "Couldn't sleep, watched TV in my room." "You could have stayed." His jaw tightened. Funny how he cared now when he'd been dead to the world 30 minutes ago. "Didn't want to wake you," I lied smoothly. "You've got enough on your plate." The flattery worked. He backed off, sliding into his seat just as Maria brought breakfast. Egg whites and veggies for me, no carbs, no flavor. Meanwhile, Lucian got a full spread. Pancakes, bacon, toast. Real food. The hypocrisy was almost impressive. Then, without a word, he split his bacon with me and dropped a pancake onto my plate. Like some grand gesture. Like I should be grateful. He sipped his coffee, scrolling through his phone like nothing had happened. I'd take his coldness over this fake kindness. Any day his kindness only made him more suffocating. Every time we were together, I had to push thoughts of Balto from my mind just to endure it. My body betrayed me, reacting in ways Lucian mistook for desire. But it was anything but. Now he wanted me around more, insisted I stay in his bed, even pretended not to care about the extra weight I'd put on, as if that made him noble. "I'll be gone until Tuesday," he announced over dinner, twirling his fork. "Business in Istanbul. Perfect. A whole week without him meant freedom, time to lose myself in Balto without guilt. But then Lucian hit me with the curveball. Come with me." His expectant stare made my stomach twist. The idea of trailing him like some trophy wife while he conducted shady deals. No thanks. I'd rather watch paint dry. Worse, I'd have to witness the kind of brutality that kept me up at night. Lucian had no qualms about bloodshed, and one day it would catch up to him and me. A bullet to the head might be a mercy at this point. "I've never been to Turkey," I lied, forcing interest. No way could I refuse outright. Maria would rat me out if I claimed to be sick while sneaking around. "It's beautiful," he said, chewing lazily. His greasy hair glinted under the light. God, I hated touching it. Balto's effortless roughness was 1,000 times sexier. "And what exactly would I do while you're working?" I asked, feigning curiosity. "Same as here. Lounge, read," he shrugged. "But you'll keep my bed warm at night." I smiled, sickly sweet, as if he didn't have an entire roster of women for that. His absences were my only relief, weekends where I could breathe, see my brothers, wander the city without his shadow. Nights where I could lose myself in fantasies where he didn't exist. "True," I said lightly, "but dragging your wife to meetings, not exactly intimidating." "Wives are for show, business is where you prove you have nothing to lose." His fork clattered onto the plate. "What's that supposed to mean?" I held his gaze. "Bring me to dinners, fine, but work, that's where enemies see your weak spots." A beat of silence, then a slow smirk. "Clever girl. Too bad cleverness wouldn't save me." "I'll be the first one they come after," I said, staring at my coffee like it held all the answers. "Don't say that." His expression darkened, that protective instinct flaring up like always. "I'd never let anyone touch you." "You can't control everything," I countered, tracing the rim of my mug. "What if they strike when you're halfway across the country at that conference? You won't be there to stop them." "I have people who'll keep you safe." I shrugged, playing up the helpless act. "Or we could just avoid the drama altogether. If I'm not around, they can't use me against you." "I mean, let's be real. If someone strapped me to a chair and went full interrogation mode, I'd crack in 5 minutes. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I don't want to be the reason you slip up." Every word was calculated, another excuse to stay behind in Florence while he was gone. Because the only place I wanted to be was tangled in Balto's sheets, his rough hands everywhere, no barriers between us. Just the thought made my skin prickle. Lucian bought it, nodding slowly. "Fine. But we're taking a trip soon, maybe when the summer crowds thin out." "That sounds perfect," I lied. Even a day trip with him felt like a prison sentence, and lately his business trips weren't the same. He came home restless, hands all over me like he'd been starved. The realization twisted my stomach. "Mykonos," he suggested, scrolling through his phone. I forced a smile. "I've never been." "We'll take the yacht, make a week of it." "Sounds extravagant." His grin widened, nothing stroked his ego like impressing me. "I'll handle everything." I took a bite of pancake, the syrup suddenly cloying. The guilt was worse. Lucian actually cared, and this mess, entirely Balto's fault. If I hadn't locked eyes with him that night, hadn't teased him with that damn olive, hadn't let him ruin me for anyone else. Balto Heath's couch sagged under us, the football game just background noise. We'd skipped the small talk and gone straight for the hard liquor, scotch for me, gin for him. "How'd it go with purple dress?" I asked, not really caring. He smirked. "Could barely walk the next morning." "Wow, real gentleman." He shot me a look. "You kidding? That's the highest compliment. Means I did my job right." I snorted, tipping my glass back. Some things never changed. She stayed all night and lingered the next morning like she couldn't bear to go. Guess you've still got skills in bed because your personality sure isn't keeping anyone around. Personality's trash, but I know my way around a woman. Some things you're just born with. Not that I popped out of the womb a Casanova. It took years to learn every curve, every silent signal, the exact touch that could unravel a woman completely. They were all different, yet deep down, the same. Cassini was no exception, except she was rediscovering herself, reclaiming her desire. I hadn't heard from her since that last risky text. If she didn't reach out soon, I'd hunt her down and put a bullet between her husband's eyes for monopolizing her time. Funny thing, knowing she was still sleeping with him before coming to me should have pissed me off. But it didn't. She wasn't there by choice, just obligation. Every time she let him touch her, her mind was somewhere else on me. I was the dirty little secret, the guy who didn't care about vows or consequences. I got the thrill, he got the lie. Eventually, he'd figure it out. Secrets never stayed buried, and when he did, well, that'd be a fun conversation. My phone buzzed, Cassini's name flashing on the screen. I smirked and answered. "Took you long enough." "He wouldn't leave," she muttered, exhaustion in her voice. "Tried dragging me to Istanbul with him, had to fake a migraine." "Since when does he want you tagging along?" "Never, but suddenly he's obsessed." "Can't imagine why," I said dryly, leaning against the dining table. Outside, the sky bled orange and purple as summer faded. "You miss when he ignored you. Desperately. If he stops chasing other women and actually pays attention to me, that's hell. Then stop picturing me when you're with him." "Try forgetting you exist," she shot back, irritation laced with something darker. "You're the only reason I can stand it," my ego purred. "Come over." "I was going to unless you're busy." Most nights, I was at the club, juggling clients, putting out fires no one even knew existed. Leadership looked effortless if you did it right. But for her, I've got time. Somehow, I doubt I'm the only one you're making time for. Better she didn't know the truth, that she was the only one in my bed. Let her think she was just another name on the list, because that's all she was. Detail. The Istanbul trip mention adds an unexpected layer to the husband's sudden interest, hinting at his growing suspicion. Voice shift. The narrator's internal monologue flips from cold detachment to dark amusement when imagining the husband's eventual confrontation. "Heath, get over here now." I ended the call without waiting for a response. He didn't even glance my way, just kept his eyes glued to the screen, swirling his drink like he hadn't heard a thing. "That your side piece calling." I dropped back onto the couch and down the rest of my gin, no sense wasting good liquor. His stare burned into me. "We dissect purple dress but ignore this mystery woman." I dodged the question. "What's her name, anyway?" "Couldn't care less. What's yours?" I set the empty glass down with a clink. "Irrelevant. You're hung up on her. She's stunning. Every woman with a pulse is stunning when you're desperate. Unlike you, I haven't been locked up for half a year." My standards didn't plummet with my freedom. At the end of the day, it's all the same. Who cares if she's a knockout if she can't deliver? I wasn't about to waste my time on mediocrity. Been there, done that in my 20s. These days, if I needed a sure thing, I'd drop a few grand on the best escort in town. You gonna spit out her name or keep playing games? Stay the hell away from her. Step foot on my floor and I'll carve you open. Blood or not, I didn't tolerate disrespect. He smirked. "Worried I'll steal her. Maybe she'd like a double dose." I shot him a look sharp enough to cut glass. "Or maybe I'll take over when you tap out." The vodka bottle shattered against the table. "I'll turn this into your worst nightmare." He just laughed. "You're real protective of someone else's property." "She's not property, she's trapped." "Trapped?" His eyebrow arched. "He snagged her from the underground. If she'd been on the market, I'd have outbid him in a heartbeat." "No." Boyfriend was about to get a bullet. Only way to save him, marry the bastard. Now he's off playing house with someone else and she's stuck in hell. Damn, cold-blooded. Which one? I left the glass shards for him to deal with. Both, but the boyfriend takes the prize. The thought of watching that coward choke on broken glass almost made me smile. He abandoned her, then moved on like she never mattered. Now she's paying for his cowardice. Husband just played his cards right. Can't hate the game. Bull. No one deserves a life sentence for loyalty. He shrugged. If she's half as breathtaking as you're making her out to be, I'd cheat too. I clenched my fist, imagining his jaw cracking under it. Some people just deserve to bleed. You profit off women at the underground, so I'm shocked you'd even say that. I don't profit. This operation was running long before I took over. You're the leader of the Skull Kings now. That means every ugly part of it lands on you. You don't get to cherry-pick responsibility. The auction was a gold mine, untouchable for decades, since I was a kid. Easy money, no consequences. Our guys grabbed women off the streets and moved them like cattle. It was our brand, our reputation. Even if I wanted to shut it down, which I didn't, the crew would revolt. Trafficking was just one rotten piece of a much bigger mess. It wouldn't stop until the world burned. So you're really not giving me her name? Why bother? You'll never meet her. You'd rather I keep calling her your mistress, he smirked. Or I could get creative, something a little more fitting. Cassini. My brother had a talent for turning names into filth. Cassini. Nice. The name rolled off my tongue, sharp and unfamiliar. Most women had forgettable names, ones I'd muttered 100 times in the dark. But Cassini, that one stuck. You really think I'm introducing her to you? Come on, we're twins. Doesn't matter, she's just a warm body. Then why the secrecy? He grinned. I just want to put a face to the name. I stood, leaving my shattered glass behind. Stay in your lane or find another place to crash. The elevator doors slid open as I stepped inside, the stench of whiskey heavy on my breath. Maybe I'll move in with Cassini. Getting rid of her husband shouldn't be hard. Who is he anyway? No clue, she won't say. Gotta be someone big to keep her locked down. The guy had armed guards, surveillance, definitely a player in the underworld. Not bigger than me. Then take her off his hands. He leaned over the couch, still grinning as the doors closed between us. She's not my problem. His laugh followed me down. Sure she is. Balto, her black Bugatti, rolled into the compound, sleek and silent, parking just out of sight from the gate. My men lowered their weapons. They knew she was coming. I waited in the doorway, hands shoved in my pockets to play it cool. Too bad Heath was probably glued to the window by now, watching as she stepped out in that tight black dress and heels. No hiding how stunning she was. She always wore black, and damn, did it suit her. Those loose curls, that signature red lipstick, the way she walked like she owned the place, every bit of her had my full attention. Just the sight of her had me tightening my jaw, my body reacting before she even got close. My guys knew better than to gawk, one wrong look, and I'd put a bullet between their eyes without hesitation. The sharp click of her heels matched the sway of her hips as she closed the distance between us. When her eyes locked onto mine, there was something electric there, like she'd been counting down the seconds to this moment. Her lips curved into that slow, knowing smile, and before I could say a word, she was on her toes, fingers tangling in my hair as she pulled me into a kiss that left no question who was in control. I wasn't about to let her have all the fun. My hand slid under her hair, gripping the back of her neck as I crushed her against me, my mouth claiming hers like I hadn't spent the last 5 nights imagining this exact moment. 5 nights too long. Some other guy got to have her while I was left with nothing but my own hand. But now she was back where she belonged. I guided her into the elevator, my arm locked around her waist as she pressed into me, her lips trailing up my neck like she couldn't wait another second. By the time we hit the 4th floor, her breath was hot against my ear, her voice dropping to a whisper. I liked your picture, that damn picture. One explosive shot, sent straight to my phone, and I'd lost it faster than I ever had before. Her next words sent a jolt straight through me. "Now I want to taste you." The elevator doors slid open, but I barely registered it. For a second, I was frozen, half from shock, half from the sheer hunger in her voice. Then I snapped back, leading her inside without hesitation. Clothes hit the floor before we even made it past the living room. My jeans kicked aside as I stood there, hard and impatient. She didn't need instructions, but I gave them anyway. "On your knees." No hesitation. Dress still on, heels digging into the rug as she dropped down, eyes locked on me like she'd been waiting for this just as much as I had. My grip tightened in her hair as I guided myself toward her mouth, my voice rough. "Start at the bottom and work your way up." Her lips were soft, her hands steady on my thighs, and when she finally took me in, I knew I wasn't walking away from this untouched. Her lips brushed against me with a delicate curiosity, exploring every inch as if memorizing the feel of my skin. The warmth of her tongue gliding over me sent shivers down my spine, soft yet deliberate, teasing the roughness beneath. My fingers tangled in her hair, guiding her movements while my other hand worked myself in slow, steady strokes. The contrast between my calloused grip and the slick heat of her mouth was intoxicating. Then she took things up a notch, her mouth closing around me with a hunger that matched my own. The way she sucked, the way she teased, it was like she was savoring every second. And when she took one of my balls between her lips, rolling it playfully like a piece of hard candy, I nearly lost it. My breath hitched, my muscles tensed, and all I could do was watch, mesmerized by the sight of her enjoying herself. She finally shifted her focus to my length, her tongue tracing the veins before taking me deep. Inch by inch, she pushed herself, testing her limits, her throat working around me in slow, deliberate swallows. The way she handled me, like she was born for this, had me gripping the sheets just to keep from losing control. She pulled back just long enough to catch her breath, her lips glistening, before diving back in with even more determination. The pace quickened, her lips working me with a rhythm that matched the pounding of my heart. My fingers tightened in her hair, my hips moving in sync with her, driving deeper each time. I hadn't meant to be this rough, but the way she moaned around me, the way her eyes fluttered shut in pleasure, it was impossible to hold back. "Look at me," I growled, my voice rough with need. Her gaze locked onto mine, her lips stretched wide, her tongue flat and waiting. One final thrust, and I was gone, my release hitting hard as I spilled into her mouth. She took every last drop, her throat working to swallow it all down. Even as I softened, I kept her there, savoring the last tremors of pleasure before finally letting her go. My breath came out in a ragged exhale. "Damn!" Her lips were swollen, her cheeks flushed, but she didn't look the least bit regretful. If anything, she looked proud. And hell, so was I. The moment was electric, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. As I eased back, her gaze never wavered, lips sealing around me with deliberate precision. The way she swallowed, twice like she couldn't get enough, sent a shudder through me. Her fingers tightened at the base, and she took me deep one last time, leaving nothing behind. My head tipped back, eyes shut, completely lost in the sensation. I'd thought nothing could top being inside her, but her mouth rewrote the rules. Now curiosity burned. What else could she make me feel? She rose gracefully, running her tongue along the edge of her lips before flashing a smirk. Delicious. But Balto wasn't done. Before I could catch my breath, he had me beneath him, legs folded tight as his mouth worked magic between my thighs. The man devoured me like he'd been starved for it, his tongue driving me toward the edge before I even realized I was close. My back arched, fingers twisting in the sheets as pleasure ripped through me. He didn't just fuck me, he worshipped me, made me feel reckless and alive, like I could take on the world if it meant another second of this. When he finally pulled back, his lips glistened, his body taut with restraint. The sight of him, all muscle and hunger, sent another wave of heat through me. He reached for a condom, rolling it on with a slow, deliberate motion that had me biting my lip. God, he was massive, putting every other man to shame. Not that comparisons mattered. No one else existed right now. Like this, I breathed, hands trembling as I pulled him closer. I wanted him heavy on top of me, his breath mingling with mine as he filled me completely. He hooked my legs over his shoulders, bending me until my knees pressed against my chest. Every inch of him was control, power, and when he finally pushed inside, there was no hesitation, just perfect, slick friction. My nails scraped down his chest, clinging as he moved, the sheer size of him stretching me in the best way. And the best part, he knew exactly what he was doing. My body was already trembling with anticipation before I even stepped out of my car in his driveway. By the time he'd spent what felt like forever between my thighs, I was slick, aching, and completely lost in him. Now he got to savor every inch of me. God, you feel incredible. I'd had my fair share of lovers, but none of them moved like Balto. He wasn't just good, he was everything. His mysterious past didn't matter anymore, not when he made me feel like this. The risks, the danger, none of it crossed my mind. All I cared about was the way he made me come alive, like he was the only light in my world. You're getting the VIP treatment tonight. He didn't waste time, slamming into me with a force that sent my heels digging into his shoulders. The angle was perfect, deep, relentless, hitting that sweet spot again and again like he had a damn GPS. My legs shook, my toes curling so hard I thought my shoes might snap. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, my body shattered around him, drenching him in a way that should have been illegal. At this rate, I'd need an Roman 4 drip to recover. My nails raked down his back as I rode out the high, clinging to him like he was the only thing keeping me grounded. I loved saying his name, loved the way it sounded tangled in my breath. For the first time in forever, I didn't feel trapped. This was my escape, my rebellion, even if it was just skin and sweat and stolen moments. He groaned against my neck as he finished, his body pressed flush against mine, both of us spent and sticky. We never rushed. Every time we were together, it was like the world outside didn't exist. No quickies, no half-hearted goodbyes, just hunger over and over. Even when we should have been exhausted, he'd find a way to make me beg for more. Now sprawled beside me, his chest glistening under the dim light, he looked like something out of a damn Renaissance painting. Every muscle defined, every curve carved to perfection. I could have stayed there forever, tangled in his sheets, memorizing the way his breath steadied after wrecking me. His bed was better than mine, firmer, warmer his. And right now, it was the only place I wanted to be. The suite was mine alone. Private bathroom, plush living area, even a mini bar stocked with whatever I craved. Maria, my maid, would sneak me chocolate-covered strawberries when no one was looking, breaking the strict rules just to see me smile. It was a small rebellion, but letting me have an affair, that was dangerous territory. If Lucien ever found out, Maria's life would be over. The man had a temper sharper than a guillotine. But none of that mattered when I was tangled in these sheets with him. The heat between us was stifling, but I still pressed closer, my legs sliding over his. Nights like this were rare, a stolen escape from the prison of my marriage. Lucien's touch made my skin crawl, not just because he disgusted me, but because my mind always wandered to Evan. Evan, who had a perfect little family now. Evan, who'd replaced me without a second thought. The sting of that betrayal still cut deep, but with Balto, the ache faded. For the first time in years, I wasn't someone's property. I was just me, reckless, alive, free. Balto wasn't like Case, who'd scolded me for my choices. No, Balto was a paradox, dangerous yet tender, unpredictable in the best way. Maybe that was just because I barely knew him, or maybe he was exactly what I needed. But this couldn't last. Every secret meeting was a gamble. If Lucien found out, Balto would be dead before sunrise, and I'd be left with bruises as a reminder. Still, right now, I didn't care. How long has he gone for? Balto's fingers traced lazy circles up my thigh, his rough hands telling stories of violence I'd never ask about. We talked strategy more than romance, how to outsmart Lucian, how to keep this going. Till Tuesday. Good. His grip tightened possessively. More time with you. I can't stay every night. Someone would notice. Or you could just not go back. And make it obvious. If he's not there, who cares? I exhaled sharply. His men would rat me out in a heartbeat. Balto smirked, his thumb brushing my hip. Guess we'll just have to be careful then. Careful, right, because nothing about this was safe. The thought of him killing them made my stomach twist. I can't have their blood on my hands. How many guards are we dealing with? At least 50 stationed at the gates and patrolling the grounds. His fingers paused against my knee, a smirk playing on his lips. Not bad. Your husband doesn't skimp on security. And the staff, they watch me too. His fingertips traced slow circles as he considered it. Your husband must be someone important, but he's either blind or stupid if he hasn't caught on yet. 3 times and he still has no clue. Because he trusts me. He tilted his head, eyebrow arched. Trusts a prisoner. I've played the perfect wife, followed every rule, never caused trouble. Except the whole fidelity thing. I shrugged. Technically, he never said I had to be faithful. He cared more about obedience than loyalty. That's why he let me leave the house. He knew I'd always come back. A month ago, he might not have cared if I slept with someone else. But now that he's suddenly interested in me, that complicates things. Balto shifted, pulling me closer, his piercing blue eyes locking onto mine, intense, almost unsettling. I could end this for you, just say the word. My pulse hammered at the offer. You'd kill him, his men. Every last one except the staff, if you insist. You'd be free. For a second, I let myself imagine it. No more rules, no more Lucian, just freedom. But then reality hit. I hadn't been dragged into this. I walked in willingly, trading my life for Evan S. And even though he turned out to be worthless, a promise was a promise. You'd really do that? A slow nod. Money's a bonus, but I'd do it for you. I swallowed hard. You're capable of that. The faintest smirk tugged at his lips, the only hint of boyish charm he had left. In a heartbeat. Just tell me it's what you want. And God, I did. A fresh start, a real future, but trusting Balto, that was a gamble. One wrong move and my brothers would pay the price. And if he underestimated Lucian's men, no. The light in his eyes dimmed. I appreciate it, but no. The disappointment in his eyes flickered out, replaced by something sharper, something dangerous. You're holding onto a promise that's turned into a prison. I get it, loyalty matters. When we're gone, our word is all that's left. But you're too damn young, too alive to throw everything away for a mistake. A few months as his side piece. Maybe, but his wife. You really think this is how you want to spend the rest of your life? What happens when he wants kids? You'll carry them, birth them, and every time you look at them, you'll see him staring back. My stomach twisted at the thought. I'm handing you an exit, sweetheart. Take it. Why? I kept my eyes fixed on the wall. The silence stretched between us before he finally answered. Because you deserve more. You don't owe me anything, Balto, and the risk. If this blows up, he'll slaughter my family. He'll come for you and me. He'll make sure I suffer. It won't blow up, he said, voice low. This guy, he's nothing. That's what scares me. You don't even know who he is. You're cocky, and cocky gets people killed. Let's just drop it. We come here, we have insane sex, and then you start talking, and suddenly it's all ruined. So how about we skip the speeches and stick to what we're good at? He studied me, the fight draining from his expression. I just asked for silence and skin, exactly what he wanted, right? I love coming here because for a little while, I can pretend my life isn't a cage. I tugged the sheets higher, covering myself. I love pretending I'm free, just some woman hooking up with a gorgeous guy. No strings, no rules. You're my escape, Balto. But if you keep pushing this, I don't know how we keep doing this. Balto hearing a woman say she didn't want to talk, just screw and leave, should have been a dream. Minimal effort, zero complications. But with Cassini, it stung. Watching someone with fire in her choose a life of quiet misery felt like watching a racehorse get turned into glue. I didn't even know why I'd offered. Declaring war on some faceless enemy. Not my style. I'd lectured Heath about recklessness, and here I was, ready to burn everything down for a woman who didn't want saving. Hypocrisy at its finest. But fine. If she wanted to keep playing pretend, I'd play along. Why waste energy on someone who refused to be helped? It wasn't like she meant anything to me. Then she was under me again, anger dissolving into hunger. Her nails raked down my chest, her body arching as I drove into her. The fire in her eyes was all for me, no hesitation, no regrets. She kept her legs tight, giving me just enough space to take what I wanted. And for a little while, neither of us had to think. Her fingers dug into my skin with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine, her breath ragged and uneven. Her eyelids fluttered shut as pleasure consumed her, her moans spilling out in breathless gasps. Balto, just like that. I wasn't one to follow orders, but for her, I made an exception. Seeing her unravel like this drove me wild. Her pleasure was my addiction. My muscles tensed, my back aching from the effort of keeping up with her rhythm. Every thrust was deliberate, every movement calculated to push her further. Tomorrow, I'd feel the burn, but tonight, she wasn't leaving until she felt it too. Her grip on me tightened as she arched beneath me, pulling me deeper as she came undone. The way her body clenched around me was unreal, like she was trying to wring every last drop of sensation from me. For someone so petite, she had a strength that defied logic. If strength was genetic, any kid of hers would be a force of nature. The thought caught me off guard. I'd never imagined fatherhood before, but with her, it didn't seem so far-fetched. Her eyes locked onto mine as she rode out the last waves of her climax, her lips parting in a silent cry. Her fingers traced my arms before gripping me hard, her hips bucking against mine. Then she pulled me down, sealing her mouth over mine in a kiss that was equal parts tender and demanding. That was all it took, my control shattered. I buried myself inside her, spilling into the condom with a groan, my arms hooking under her thighs to keep her close. She watched me with heavy-lidded eyes, her fingers tangled in my hair. "God, you're beautiful like this," she murmured. And how could I not be? She was stunning, the kind of woman who rewrote your standards. I'd never been with someone this many times before. 2 rounds used to be my limit, but with her, I lost count. Every time she walked out my door, I was already counting down until she'd walk back in. Her hands slid over my chest, her touch feather-light as we both came down from the high. But I knew the moment I pulled away, she'd be gone. The clock was ticking. If she stayed past 11, questions would follow. So I lingered, wishing I could keep her here, wrapped in my sheets until morning. The thought of her leaving felt wrong, like the night wasn't meant to end this way. But reality won. I pulled out, disposing of the condom before returning to find her already gathering her things. The soft rustle of fabric, the click of her heels. She was slipping away again. Part of me knew I should be relieved. No tangled limbs, no restless sleep. But as I listened to her dress whisper against my bed, all I could think was how much I'd rather have her stay. She always ran hot at night, so sharing a bed was more trouble than it was worth. Yet here I was, irritated that she was slipping back into her lonely routine. Life wasn't meant to be lived in chains. She should be calling the shots, not bending to someone else's will. I tugged on my clothes while she stood at the bedroom mirror, smoothing her hair and reapplying lipstick like she hadn't just spent hours tangled in my sheets. Funny how she was supposed to be at some fancy dinner with friends tonight, not leaving my place smelling like a condom factory. She dabbed perfume from her clutch, spritzing it like she could erase the evidence. I leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching her reflection. The way she fussed over appearances, like she wasn't the same woman who just surrendered completely. She had fire in her, even if she refused to let it burn. Maybe that was the real tragedy. She'd convinced herself the fight wasn't worth it. But no one gives up everything unless they've got steel in their spine. Evan sure as hell didn't appreciate it, but that didn't make her any less brave. Her gaze stayed fixed on her own reflection. You always watch like that, only when it's worth watching. I stepped closer, catching the scent of sweat and sex still clinging to her skin. My sheets would reek of her until housekeeping showed up. She snapped her clutch shut with a sigh. "It's late." Like I didn't know the drill. "I'll take you down." "You don't have to, it's not like I'm trekking across town. Just humor me." I grabbed her wrist, steering her toward the elevator. With my brother living in the building now, I wasn't taking chances. Heath got a kick out of messing with my leftovers. Being identical twins meant he could play stand-in whenever he pleased. To him, women were interchangeable. Her Bugatti gleamed under the parking lot lights, waxed to perfection like always. Not for her sake, obviously. I stopped beside the driver's door. Tomorrow, if her husband was out of town until Tuesday, she had time to kill. "Daytime works too, not just nights." She hesitated. "Didn't know your schedule." "I don't have one," I said flatly. The second she drove off, I'd be back to business. Wicked men don't get vacations just when everyone assumed I'd faded into the background. I made my presence known, right when they weren't looking. She didn't ask about my line of work. Maybe she didn't want me digging into her marriage, so she returned the courtesy. Or maybe she already had me figured out that I wasn't exactly the law-abiding type. "I'll text you. I'll beat you to it." I held the car door open, but she lingered, close enough that I caught the scent of her perfume mixed with summer heat. The breeze played with loose strands of her hair, and with her fresh makeup, she looked like she was just getting started, like earlier hadn't been enough. "I want more pictures." For someone so bold, she still blushed at that. A faint pink crept into her cheeks as she bit her lip. "I want some too." Deal. Even in heels, she had to stretch to kiss me. I liked that, her height, the way she fit against me. Most women wanted something from me, money, power, a favor. But her, she just wanted me. I'd offered to take care of her husband, but she wasn't interested in that kind of help. Her hands slid up my arms, and suddenly we were pressed against the car like we hadn't just spent hours tangled in sheets. One kiss and I was already aching for her again. She rocked against me, her body warm and eager, her fingers tracing the muscles she'd been admiring all night. Then her hands dropped to my jeans, popping the buttons with practiced ease. The hunger in her eyes was undeniable. She hitched up her dress, and I didn't waste time, condom on, thong aside, sinking into her like we'd never stopped. Her nails dug into my skin, her breath hitching like it was the first time all over again. The security detail was close, but not close enough to see much. Not that she seemed to care. Right now, it was just us. No past, no future, just this moment. Raw and reckless, she let out a breathy moan, pressing her forehead against mine as she savored the heat between her thighs. In the dim light, I could see the hunger in her eyes, my body responding just as eagerly. The bed upstairs was still warm from earlier, but there was something reckless about taking her right there against the sleek black Bugatti her husband had gifted her. I wanted to leave a mark, proof of where I'd pinned her, where I'd driven into her like she belonged to me. She braced herself against me, one leg hooked over my arm as I held her weight effortlessly. The night air tangled her hair, but nothing could hide the way her lips parted, swollen from my kisses. Every time I touched her, she was already dripping like her body was made just for me. "Balto," she gasped against my mouth, her nails digging into my back. "Don't stop." I pushed deeper, her body arching to meet mine. The car door creaked under the force, but neither of us cared. She muffled her cries against my shoulder, biting down hard enough to leave a mark. It was messy, desperate, like we were stealing something we shouldn't have. When she finally came, her whole body trembled, clinging to me like I was the only thing keeping her upright. I didn't last much longer. With a few final thrusts, I spilled into the condom, my muscles tightening as pleasure rolled through me. Even after everything tonight, this still felt electric. She stayed pressed against me, her breath uneven, her makeup smudged in the most satisfying way. "Good night, baby," I murmured, kissing the corner of her mouth before stepping back. If I stayed, I'd take her again, but luck or lack of condoms saved us from another round. She exhaled shakily, still dazed, still wrecked. "That man ruins me." Her thoughts echoed in the silence. I never knew it could feel like this. The heat of the moment took over before I could think twice. My dress hiked up. My leg wrapped around him as he pinned me against the car door right there in the open. The cold metal pressed into my skin, but I barely noticed, too lost in the way he made me unravel all over again, like the night hadn't already been enough. The second I stepped inside the house, the emptiness hit me like a punch. This gilded cage of mine had never felt more suffocating. I'd convinced myself that settling was better than constantly aching for more. But now I knew what real passion felt like, and every forced smile at Lucien, every fake goodbye kiss, every lie about being grateful, it all tasted like ash. I didn't just not want to be his wife anymore. I hated it. The thought of sharing his bed one more night made my skin crawl. Balto ruined me in the best way. Suddenly, I could see all the paths I'd never taken. What if I'd walked away from Evan? I could have been free, wild, tangled up with someone who actually made me feel alive. Love wasn't even the point, just living would have been enough. But guilt would have eaten me alive either way. No winning, just losing. Maria was scrubbing an already clean counter when I walked in, her hands moving too fast. Lucien's watchdog, making sure his obedient little wife didn't stray too far. I forced a smile and headed straight to bed, pulling out the burner phone Balto slipped me. "Miss you, every damn inch." The reply came lightning fast, like he'd been waiting. "Every inch of me misses you more." Case's place outside Florence was a relic of our family's past, old-world charm with a modern overhaul after years of creaky pipes, and a kitchen straight out of the 70s. The inheritance game never bothered me. As the youngest, I got used to scraps. The pasta business was split 3 ways, but Lucien's ring on my finger cut me out of the daily grind. My brothers still funneled my share into an account I never touched. Maybe they saw the writing on the wall before I did. Maybe they knew one day I'd need an escape fund. My brothers were insufferable know-it-alls, but they'd also been my safety net ever since Mom and Dad passed. I parked outside Case's place, a modern 2-story with a black iron gate and a cobblestone walkway leading to the front door. In my hand was a bottle of Barsetti Red, our go-to from that little vineyard in Napa we'd visited years ago. The second I stepped inside, the rich scent of garlic and herbs hit me. "Damn, that smells incredible." "Unlike your cologne," Dirk shot back without looking up from the stack of spreadsheets spread across the kitchen island. Case stood at the stove, his apron tied tight over a fitted tea, flipping golden chicken parmesan onto plates with practiced ease. A sprinkle of fresh parsley, a handful of shredded mozzarella. His cooking had always put mine to shame. He tossed zucchini noodles onto each dish with a flick of his wrist. "You eating or just sniffing the air?" he muttered. "Oh, I'm eating." I swiped a fork from the drawer and claimed the last stool at the island. The 3 of us fell into our usual formation, each on a different side, like points on a triangle. Silence settled over the table, broken only by the clink of silverware. Dirk and Case had resting "don't mess with me" faces, the kind that made strangers assume they were plotting world domination. I uncorked the wine. "Brought your favorite." "Pour me a glass," Dirk said around a mouthful of food. "Same." Case pushed back from the table to grab stemware, downing half his glass before even picking up his fork again. Wine wasn't his usual, bourbon was more his speed. but he'd always had a weird respect for pairing drinks with meals. I nodded at the paperwork. Numbers looking good. Dirk set his fork down a little too carefully. Always. Funny, Dad used to say that right before he either celebrated or panicked. Celebrating, Dirk said, too quickly. Case's eyes flicked up, locking onto Dirk's for half a second before he went back to his plate. I knew that look. It was the same one they'd exchanged when they lied about my goldfish going on vacation when I was 7. I stabbed a forkful of noodles. Cut the crap. What's really going on? Dirk shrugged. You're imagining things. No, I just remember who taught me to spot a lie. The sauce was perfect, tangy, just the right amount of basil. But the taste was bittersweet. Whatever they weren't saying, it was big. And for once, I wasn't a kid they could shield any more. My brothers stayed lean despite working around pasta all day. Go figure, they avoided carbs like the plague. You're hiding something, I said, watching Case shovel food into his mouth without looking up. Dirk didn't even glance my way. Fine, if they wanted to play stubborn, I'd drag it out of them. Spill it now or I'll keep bugging you until you crack. Dirk finally turned, his expression flat. Here's how it works. We handle the business, you get your share. No need to stress over the details. Money's not the issue, I shot back. Lucien gave me free rein with his credit cards. If I wanted that designer dress in the window, it was mine. No limits, no questions. This is about our family's name. Dirk exchanged a glance with Case, who still refused to engage. Everything's fine, Cassini, just swamped with orders and short on staff. Can't hire more until payments clear. Typical headaches, nothing for you to lose sleep over. The irritation in his voice was sharp enough to make me back off. Dirk was as gruff as Dad, all scowls and zero small talk. I couldn't picture him on a date, let alone whispering sweet nothings. Yeah, he grunted. So drop it. After lunch, we camped in the living room for the game. My phone buzzed, a text lighting up the screen. Where are you? I tucked it away fast before Case could see. He sipped his scotch, eyes glued to the TV. So, how's home? He asked, the kind of question you ask when you don't really want the answer but feel obligated. Good. Better, actually, since Balto came along. He was the thrill I craved, the secret meetings, the risk, the way my pulse spiked just thinking about him. Not just the sneaking around, but the payoff. And yeah, I was hooked. He's in Turkey right now, wanted me to come, I passed. Turkey's a dump, Case muttered, still staring at the screen. You'd hate it. I would've, because Lucien was there. His empty mansion was my playground. No rules, no pretending to care, just me, a pint of ice cream, and not having to fake a damn thing. Probably. When's he back? Tuesday. Nice little break for you. Every time he left, it was a vacation. Does he bail on weekends a lot? Pretty much always. Case gave a satisfied nod. Good. Then my phone vibrated again, Lucien's name flashing on the screen. My stomach dropped. He never called. Please don't let this become a habit. The moment my phone buzzed with his name, I clenched my jaw before even answering. Speak of the devil, I muttered, forcing myself off the couch. Lucien didn't just expect my attention, he demanded it. He didn't just own my time, he owned me. The thought still made my stomach twist, but I'd learned to swallow the bitterness. Hey, I said, my voice flat. What's up? His tone was slick, like syrup poured over lies. Could be better, I miss you. I walked to the window, staring out at the empty fields stretching toward Florence. No neighbors, no witnesses, just me and the suffocating silence. My fingers dug into the windowsill as bile rose in my throat. Did he actually believe I'd say it back? Or did he just enjoy pulling my strings, knowing I'd play along? Miss you too, I forced out, hating myself the second the words left my lips. When I said them to Balto, they meant something. With Lucien, it was just survival. Weather's nice here, I added, desperate to shift the conversation. End of summer always is, he mused, like we were some normal couple making small talk. The silence that followed was thick, awkward. Why had he called? Did he really think I'd magically fallen for him? That I'd wake up one day and forget how much I despised him? My skin crawled at the idea. Then, out of nowhere, "Where are you?" My pulse spiked. He never asked about my day. Was this a test? Thank God I wasn't with Balto. I wouldn't have been able to lie fast enough. "At Case's place," I said smoothly. "We had lunch, now we're watching the game." Lucian hummed, unfazed. "We should all do dinner soon. Been a while since I've seen your brothers." I almost laughed. My brothers hated him. Case could barely hide his disgust, and Dirk. One wrong word and he'd throw a punch. They'd skipped our wedding and pretended Lucian didn't exist. "Yeah, maybe," I lied. The call dragged on, neither of us speaking. Sometimes I wondered if death would be easier than this. But then I'd picture my brothers' faces, Case's quiet rage, Dirk's protective fury, and I knew I couldn't do that to them. Running wasn't an option either. Lucian's men would hunt me down, then go after my family. Balto had offered a way out, but trusting a stranger was just as dangerous as staying. So here I was, trapped in a cage with no key. And the worst part, the walls were closing in faster every day. Trapped in this nightmare with no way out, I realized my fate was sealed. The game's still going, so I should head out. Lucian's voice was eerily calm, masking whatever anger simmered beneath. "Maria left something for you. I expect you wearing it when I get home, waiting in my bed." Of course, it was lingerie. I swallowed back the bile rising in my throat. Was this his twisted way of saying he wasn't with his usual flings? If he was suddenly fixated on me, that only tightened the noose. I'd have to force Balto from my thoughts just to endure it, but the more Lucian wanted me, the worse things would get. More attention, more obsession, less time for the one person who actually made me feel alive. "All right." His voice turned sharp. "What?" "Sorry," I stalled, thrown off. "Don't say all right. Say yes." Nothing set me off faster than orders. Back home, my brothers learned the hard way. Demands earned them a slap hard enough to leave marks. But I bit down and spat out the word if it meant ending this. "Yes." His correction was ice. "Yes, husband." My tongue turned leaden, my pulse hammering so hard I nearly crushed the phone in my grip. Submission to a man I despised was agony. Submission to the one I craved, that was fire. Lucian was not the latter. "Yes, husband." Cassini, I confessed everything to my brothers, except Balto. Family loyalty had limits. They'd never understand, and getting caught. That wasn't just a risk, it was a death sentence. Lucian's sudden interest in my schedule should have been the wake-up call, but I was already in too deep. Balto was an addiction, each hit leaving me desperate for the next. By the time I reached his place, I was trembling, my body betraying me before I even stepped inside. No preamble this time. He yanked me to the bed, flipped me onto all fours, and stripped me bare. No teasing kiss, just the rough sound of his breath as he took me in. The crinkle of a condom wrapper was my only warning before he drove into me, ruthless and deep. Forget Lucian. Forget consequences. In that moment, there was only Balto, the way he owned me, and the terrifying truth. Secrets this explosive never stayed hidden. Not from men like Lucian. And definitely not when I was too far gone to care. The moment would come when he'd uncover my secret, and the consequences would be brutal. But right now, with Balto buried deep inside me, I couldn't bring myself to care. He stood over me, hands gripping my shoulders as he drove into me with relentless force. My panties dangled uselessly around my ankles, giving him an unobstructed view of how much I wanted him. "This pussy was made for me," he growled, fingers twisting in my hair, forcing my head back. The rough command in his voice sent another wave of heat through me. His thrusts were relentless, my body slick enough that the condom barely made a sound as he moved. Every inch of him stretched me to the limit, my nails digging into the sheets just to hold on. I could feel him, every hard line of his 6'3" frame, the raw power in his movements. Then his thumb pressed against me, wet and insistent. "This is next," he muttered, and despite the memory of past pain, I didn't protest. Because with Balto, even the things I'd hated before became something else entirely. His touch was deliberate, teasing, and when his thumb slipped inside, my back arched off the bed. Balto! His name spilled from my lips like a prayer, ragged and desperate. I'd never been this free, this lost in pure sensation. Every nerve burned under his hands, under his cock, under the slow, torturous press of his fingers. When I came, it hit like a shockwave, blinding and all-consuming. He followed, burying himself deep as his low groan filled the room. For a long moment, neither of us moved. His thumb stayed where it was, his body still pressed against mine. Reality crept back in the secrecy, the lies, the husband who had no idea. This wasn't the life I'd imagined, but in Balto's bed, none of that mattered. He pulled away, disposing of the condom while I lay there, still trembling. The silence between us was heavy, but for once, I didn't feel guilty. Just a live eye remained in place, caught between lingering pleasure and a strange heaviness in my chest. My panties pooled at my feet, my body still humming with need even after being thoroughly satisfied. The heavy thud of his footsteps signaled his return, his presence filling the room before he even spoke. "Keep that ass up like that, and I won't hesitate to take you again," he growled, his voice rough with desire. The sharp sting of his palm against my skin sent a jolt through me, leaving a flushed mark in its wake. And yet, I craved it. The way he claimed me, the way he made me feel wanted in the rawest way possible. His hands gripped me possessively, kneading my flesh before he dropped to his knees. The heat of his mouth against me was electric, his tongue tracing slow, deliberate paths that had me arching into him all over again. My fingers twisted into the sheets as waves of pleasure rolled through me, my breath hitching when his lips traveled lower, exploring places no one else had dared. The sensation was unexpected, intimate in a way I hadn't imagined possible. Balto! His name slipped out in a breathless whisper, my body trembling under his touch. Then came the question, low and demanding. "Ever been taken like this before?" My answer was hesitant, a half-truth. He didn't wait for elaboration, already reaching for the lube, his body coiled with barely restrained hunger. The way he moved, confident, relentless, left no room for hesitation. He flipped me onto my back, his fingers working me open with a precision that bordered on ruthless. Every stroke, every shift of his hand had me gasping, my mind fogging over with need. His gaze locked onto mine, intense and unyielding, as if daring me to look away. "Relax," he murmured, though his own voice was strained with restraint. The words that tumbled from my lips next weren't mine, not the version of me I recognized. But with him, I became someone else, someone who craved every reckless, consuming moment. This was more than just pleasure. It was an addiction, a push and pull between ecstasy and something darker. His fingers stilled inside me, his expression shifting into something possessive, almost feral. And when he pressed deeper, forcing my body to yield, I realized this was the kind of ruin I'd never recover from his lips crashed into mine, the taste of me still lingering on his tongue from moments before. My fingers traced the hard lines of his chest as I kept my legs spread, my heels digging into the floor. I never bothered taking them off when I came over. There was never a pause, never a moment where we weren't tangled up in each other. His kiss was demanding, his fingers slick with lube as they worked me open, prepping me for what was coming. I could feel the wetness dripping down, pooling between us as he pulled back just enough to line himself up. His gaze locked onto mine, watching every flicker of reaction as he pushed in slowly, stretching me in a way that burned and thrilled me all at once. The lube helped, but it had been a while my body remembered the ache, the delicious tension of being filled like this. I dug my nails into his skin, breathing through the initial sting until he was buried deep. Then he smirked, gripping my thighs like he owned them. "Fair's fair," he growled before driving into me with a force that stole my breath. The pain melted into something else, something hotter, sharper. Every thrust sent shockwaves through me, my body adjusting, surrendering to the rhythm he set. His muscles flexed with each movement, sweat glistening on his skin as he worked himself deeper. "That's it," he murmured, voice rough. "Take it all." I arched against him, pulling him closer, needing more. The friction, the stretch, the way his fingers found my clit and circled with just the right pressure. It was too much and not enough. Pleasure coiled tight, then shattered, my body trembling as waves of sensation crashed over me. He didn't let up, didn't slow, just kept pushing me higher until I was gasping, clawing at him, lost in the raw intensity of it. His laugh was low, darkly amused. "Guess we know what you like now." And God, did I ever, the heat between us was undeniable as he drove deeper, his final thrusts sending waves of pleasure through me. I gasped as we both reached our climax, his body pressing against mine, every muscle taut and glistening under the dim bathroom light. His grip tightened, pulling me closer as if he couldn't get enough, like he wanted to leave no space between us. When he finally pulled away, I felt the sudden emptiness, my body still humming from the intensity. He smirked, running a hand through his damp hair before stepping into the shower. I followed, the warm water cascading over us as I studied him, his broad shoulders, the way water traced the lines of his abs. He was effortlessly masculine, his fair skin contrasting against my sun-kissed glow. I couldn't help but stare, my fingers trailing down his torso, tracing the faint trail of hair leading south. "Like what you see," he teased, lathering soap over his chest. "Maybe a little too much," I admitted, biting my lip. He chuckled, handing me the soap. 32, he said suddenly. I blinked. "What? You asked how old I am." "Right," I smirked, scrubbing away the lingering scent of sweat and sex. 25 here." There was a pause, the steam filling the space between us. I wanted to know more about him, about the women who'd come before me. "So you do this often?" He arched a brow, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Jealous. Just wondering if I should be flattered." His grin was wicked. "Let's just say I know what I'm doing." And damn if he was right, his confession hit me like a punch to the gut. "Wait, you pay for it." "Yeah, I pay for sex." He said it so casually, like he was ordering takeout, before stepping under the shower spray to rinse off. My shock must have been written all over my face, because, come on, this guy with that jawline and those shoulders. He could walk into any bar in the States and have women throwing their numbers at him before he finished his first drink. No way he needed to drop cash just to get laid. "Seriously, you don't have to, look at you." His smirk deepened. "Oh, I know, but it's efficient. No small talk, no late night you up texts. She gets paid, she leaves. No strings, no drama." I shouldn't have been surprised. This was a man who lived by his own rules, slept with married women, had armed guys posted outside his place like some mafia boss. Paying for sex was probably the least shady thing on his resume, but still, there was something unsettling about it, especially when just the sight of him in that bar had sent heat straight between my legs. "You're judging me," he said, water sluicing down his chest. "Not judging, just didn't see that coming." I swallowed. "When I first saw you, all I could think about was jumping you. That doesn't happen to me, ever." And it was true, even Evan, the man I'd loved, paled in comparison to the raw magnetism of the guy dripping in front of me. "That's the problem," he said, stepping aside so I could take his place under the water. "Women get attached. You won't. You've got a ring on your finger and a Bentley in my driveway, another man's name on your paperwork." Ah, so that was why he kept coming back. I was safe. No risk of me showing up at his door with a U-Haul and a Pinterest board of wedding ideas. He reached for me then, rough hands skimming my arms before settling on my waist, thumbs pressing into the dip of my stomach. "Don't get it twisted," he murmured. "I'm not here just because you're married. I'm here because I can't stay away." His grip tightened, like he was testing how much air he could steal from my lungs. And I meant what I said before. If you ever need help, I'm your guy. I shivered, but not from the water. That was a conversation I wasn't ready to revisit. Not yet the fleeting hope I'd clung to dissolved into emptiness, leaving only a hollow ache. Tell me something. When I'm not here, do you pay for company? His stare didn't waver, unflinching. This isn't jealousy talking. It's not about anger either. I'm just curious. Why? His voice rumbled like thunder against the marble shower walls. Why does it matter? My gaze traced the water droplets clinging to his sculpted chest. Maybe I just want to understand you better. A cold laugh escaped him. No, you don't. If you want to keep this going, ignorance is your best friend. You think your husband's dangerous. He's a joke next to me. I hold the keys to this country's darkest corners where criminals turn Tuscany into their playground in broad daylight. I'm ruthless when I need to be, but I play fair. Merciless, yet I show mercy. What we have, just heat. Just hunger. Walk away before you get burned. I should do the same because you're a liability. But here's the problem, neither of us has the willpower to stop. Later, tangled in his sheets, I lost track of time. The weight of his absence still pressed into the mattress beside me. My fingers brushed the cool silk where he should have been. 7 p.m. glowed on the nightstand. No rush. My husband wouldn't question me unless I rolled in after 11. I rifled through his drawer for a shirt and froze. A loaded pistol sat nestled between folded cotton. Curiosity won. I checked the chamber, yep, ready to fire, then shoved it back. Guns weren't new to me. My brothers kept them. Lucien had an arsenal, and Balto, he'd warned me exactly what kind of man he was. The scent of garlic and rosemary pulled me toward the kitchen. He stood at the stove, boxers slung low, muscles flexing with every stir. His back was a masterpiece, every ridge defined, like he spent hours carving himself into something lethal. "Smells amazing," I murmured, leaning against the doorway. He didn't turn, but the corner of his mouth twitched. "You staying for dinner?" The unspoken again hung between us. I smirked. "Depends, you sharing?" New detail, the tension shifts when she notices a faint scar along his shoulder blade, a story he's never shared. Voice twist. The dark confession about his power gets undercut by the domesticity of him cooking, adding irony. I'd felt the strength of his back under my nails before, but seeing him like this still took my breath away. He piled the roasted chicken and vegetables onto our plates, his movements effortless. "You better not be planning to eat just that," he teased. I stepped behind him, pressing my lips to the warm skin between his shoulder blades. His muscles were solid under my touch, like carved stone, and the scent of his soap and cologne wrapped around me. When he turned, his gaze dropped to the oversized shirt I was wearing, his shirt, and he froze, eyes raking over the fabric swallowing my frame. "Hope you don't mind," I started. His hand slid under the hem, fingers tracing my bare skin before pulling me in. "Looks better on you anyway," he murmured, kissing me slow and deep. I smirked, letting my eyes drift over his bare chest. "I think we can both agree on that." The corner of his mouth lifted in that familiar smirk. "What's your poison? Scotch. How do you drink that straight? I'd be flat on my face." "Built different," he said with a shrug. "Water's fine." He made a face. "Nope, you're getting a martini." Dinner was a study in contrasts, him tearing into his food like a man starved, me savoring each bite. He didn't bother with forks half the time, just grabbed a piece of chicken with his fingers and devoured it. Normally, bad table manners would be a deal-breaker, but with him, it was weirdly endearing. "Thanks for cooking," I said. He grinned, unrepentant. "Thanks for letting me bend you over the couch." I rolled my eyes. Not why I did it. Then why? Because I wanted to, and I'd do it again if he asked. His gaze darkened as he chewed, watching me like I was his next meal. "I should probably head out soon. I've monopolized your whole night. If I wanted you gone, you'd know." He took his time with a bite of asparagus, then swallowed, his stare unwavering. "Trust me, I don't sugarcoat things." Even the way he ate was unfairly attractive, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his throat moved when he swallowed. But reality was creeping in. Lucien had already texted twice, asking where I was. This wasn't sustainable. I wasn't built for secrets and Balto. Well, he probably thrived on them. I'd taken what I could from this afternoon, but now it was time to walk away. Running into him once was chance. Twice. That was pushing it. And I wasn't naive enough to think luck would strike a third time the question hung in the air between bites of food. Ever had a serious girlfriend? His fork froze midair, and when his eyes finally met mine, the intensity made my spine stiffen. Does it look like I have? His plate was nearly empty except for a few scattered bones, like tiny tombstones left behind. Leaning forward, he studied me like I'd just asked for his social security number. I don't assume things. Maybe you should this time, I shot back. And no, I haven't. The truth was, his skill in bed came from years of meaningless flings. He knew pleasure, not love, and honestly, maybe he was smarter than me for avoiding commitment. My last relationship had wrecked me. I envy you, I admitted. His eyebrow arched as he took a slow sip of water. Envy what? Your freedom. No strings, no rules. If I hadn't fallen for that loser, I'd be just like you, no controlling husband, no sneaking around. I let him into my heart when he only deserved a spot in my bed. He set his glass down, eyes locked on mine. Loving someone isn't the problem. Loving the wrong someone is. Yeah, well, he was definitely wrong. Wrong, more like a walking red flag in human form. I snorted. No argument here. Then, casually, like he was suggesting dessert, he said, I could take care of him for you. Permanently? My stomach twisted. Excuse me? Evan, I'd erase him, wife, kid, whole package if you're feeling vengeful. That's not a joke. Never said it was. His voice was ice. But fine, spare the family, just him, he's the one who ruined you. I shook my head. Hurting his family would make me just as bad. Carmel, handle him, I don't need blood on my hands. He smirked, swirling his empty glass. Your sacrifice was wasted either way. The meal ended in silence, the air between us frigid. Handsome as he was, there was something terrifying in his calm, like a storm waiting to break. You got family? I asked, swirling the ice in my drink. He shot me a look, half amused, half annoyed. You're really digging deep tonight. Just making conversation. He reached for the scotch, pouring himself another glass. One brother, that's it. Parents? Nah, gone a while now. His voice was steady, but his grip on the glass tightened just a fraction. Damn. I'm sorry. Don't be, they're better off. I exhaled, staring at my empty martini glass. Mine too, car crash. For a second, the tension between us shifted, less sharp, more like two people who'd both lost something irreplaceable. That's rough, he muttered, and for once it didn't sound like a throwaway line. How old were you? 20, fresh into adulthood, just figuring things out, then bam. Life decided to kick me in the teeth. He let out a dry chuckle. At least you remember them. Sometimes I wonder if it's worse to miss what you never really knew. Either way sucks, I admitted. You got anyone else? My brothers. A smirk tugged at my lips. Total pains in the ass, but they're my pains in the ass. They've seen me at my worst and still haven't ditched me. Hell, they're the reason I don't back down from a fight. Sounds like good guys. The best, I said without hesitation. What about your brother? He shrugged. Annoying as hell, but loyal. We'd both take a bullet for each other. Family in a nutshell, I said, finishing my drink. He studied me over the rim of his glass, his expression unreadable. Funny how easy he was to figure out in bed, but a complete mystery the second clothes came back on. Like we were playing chess instead of whatever this was. I glanced at the clock. It's getting late. I should head out. I cleaned up, slipping back into my dress and heels, leaving his shirt crumpled on the bed. When I walked back out, he'd thrown on sweats and a tee ready to see me off. No arguments, no last-minute attempts to keep me there. Maybe he sensed this was the tipping point where casual turned complicated. At the elevator, I hesitated. Part of me wanted to drag this out, to dig deeper into the man behind those sharp blue eyes. The other part knew better. He hit the button. "I'll walk you down." I smirked. Cruel men don't escort women to their cars. The doors slid open, and he stepped inside without a word. The tension between us was thick enough to cut with a knife as the elevator doors closed, sealing us in. I don't just sleep with a woman and leave her to walk through a parking lot alone, not when there are 20 armed men watching, he muttered. The descent to the ground floor felt endless. "So, do you escort all your women to their cars?" I asked, my voice sharp. His response was flat. "No." When the doors finally opened, he followed me outside, his sweatpants clinging to his muscular frame in a way that made it hard to focus. The evening light was still lingering, casting long shadows across the pavement. He leaned against my car as I dug through my clutch for my keys. "This has to end," I said firmly. "Right now." He barely reacted, hands stuffed in his pockets, his expression bored, like my words were just background noise. I held his gaze, waiting for any sign he'd heard me. Instead, he stepped closer, brushing a kiss against the corner of my mouth. "Sure thing, baby," he drawled, his tone dripping with indifference. "I'm serious," I snapped. "He called me today, asked what I was doing." Sounds like a normal question. Not from him. If he really suspected anything, trust me, you'd know. Maybe he was right, but the thought still sent a chill down my spine. I can't keep lying. I'm terrible at hiding things. If we keep this up, he will find out. "Then let him," he said, tilting his head to study my face. "He'll probably kill you." A smirk played on his lips like this was all some twisted joke. "I'd love to see him try." "You have no idea who you're dealing with," I shot back. Lucien wasn't the type to throw punches. He'd rig an entire building to explode just to prove a point. Clean, calculated, and devastating. And you don't know who he's dealing with. If you think I'm the only thing you should be worried about, you're dead wrong. He scoffed. "There isn't a man alive who scares me, especially not some coward who blackmails a woman into marriage. A real man doesn't need threats to keep someone. This guy's a joke, and you know it." I couldn't argue with that. "And you couldn't stay away from me if you wanted to. If you tell me to leave you alone, fine. But we both know you'll crack within a week, texting me at 2 a.m., sending pictures you shouldn't." His arrogance made my fingers itch to slap him, but the worst part was he wasn't wrong. I could fight it all I wanted, but the pull between us was too strong. He closed the distance between us, his voice dropping low. "Last time you were here, I wrecked you. And yet you still dragged me against this car and let me take you like some back alley fantasy. What we have, it's fire, unstoppable. I've had plenty of women, but none of them burned like you." His words sent a dangerous thrill through me. "You look forward to this because your husband can't satisfy you." "I look forward to it because you're the most intoxicating thing I've ever touched." The air between us crackled, and I hated how right he was the moment Lucien walked through the door. I was already dressed in the lingerie he'd requested. His eyes raked over me before he tore off his clothes and took me with a hunger that felt almost desperate. I forced myself to stay present, to not let my mind wander to Balto. But the more Lucien touched me, the more I hated him. Every second was torture, and I had years of this ahead of me. Balto and I hadn't spoken since our last encounter. He was too proud to reach out first, and I knew he'd wait forever just to prove a point. The silence between us only made me realize how suffocating my life had become without him. He was right. I couldn't keep living like this. I needed him like I needed to breathe. Wednesday morning, I sat across from Lucien at breakfast, watching him sip his coffee while scanning the newspaper. The early autumn air was warm, so he'd left his jacket slung over the chair and unbuttoned the top of his shirt. That's when I saw it, the silver chain around his neck, weighted by a diamond skull pendant. My stomach twisted. I knew that diamond. Balto wore an identical one set into a ring, never taking it off. It was too distinct, too rare to be a coincidence. My pulse spiked as I studied the flawless cut, the way it caught the light. That rock had to be worth a fortune. What kind of twisted connection did these two men share? Lucian glanced up, his voice smooth. Something on your mind, beautiful. I forced my eyes away, biting back disgust at the pet name. Just admiring your necklace, you've never worn it before. He didn't touch it, just flipped a page of his paper. It's not something I wear often. I needed answers, but couldn't seem too eager. A skull's an unusual choice. Does it mean something? Balto never took his ring off, not once. It had to be significant. Were they linked somehow? Lucian folded the newspaper, his tone casual. Legend says Sir Francis Drake stole 3 of these diamonds from a tribe near the Indian Ocean. Only a handful exist. A chill ran down my spine. If that was true, how did Balto end up with one? And what did that mean for me? The diamonds were flawless, impossibly rare, and worth more than the GDP of half the world, and one of them was mine. And the other 2? Did Balto have one? He flipped open his newspaper with deliberate disinterest. No clue. It couldn't just be coincidence that 2 powerful men owned identical stones. But I didn't press further. Lucian's clipped tone made it clear the conversation was over. Instead, he shifted topics with all the subtlety of a bulldozer. They're premiering Romeo and Juliet at the opera Saturday. I booked a balcony. Dinner with colleagues afterward. Find a dress this week, deep neckline, high slit. I arched a brow. Since when did he dictate my wardrobe? I'll pick something I like. You'll enjoy it, he said, as if my taste was an afterthought. The idea of spending my evening trapped in velvet seats, listening to warbling sopranos while Lucian paraded me like a show pony, made my skin crawl. Maybe I should steal the necklace, fund my own private security, and vanish. Not the worst escape plan I'd ever concocted. Outside, sunlight glinted off the pool, a far more appealing sight than Lucian's smug face. My plans for the day? Sunbathing, a lazy read, maybe a little self-indulgence before a nap. Lately, those were the only pleasures left. Sometimes I fantasized about eating my way into oblivion just so he'd lose interest. Aren't you excited? He peered over the paper, expecting gratitude. I've never been. Most women love it. Ah, yes, because enjoying tragic Italian love stories was inherently feminine. You seem cranky this morning. Because you exist. I don't like being dragged into your meetings. Lucian thrived on the stairs, proof he could leash a woman like me, willing or not. A trophy, a bargaining chip. Nothing will happen to you. That wasn't the point. I could barely stomach him, let alone the sycophants and criminals fawning over him. Still not my idea of fun. Tough. The newspaper rustled as he dismissed me. You'll be on my arm, you'll play the part, and you'll remind every bastard in that room who owns you. Image matters, do your damn job. Balto a week. Radio silence. Maybe Cassini meant it. No more sneaking around, no more reckless nights. Maybe she'd actually chosen to suffocate under that gold-plated cage of a marriage. But I knew better. She'd call the dim neon glow of the underground bar cast shadows across the counter as I slid onto a stool and signaled for a drink. Denise, the bartender, sauntered over in nothing but a skimpy apron and a smirk, her usual getup that once would have held my attention. But lately my mind was fixated on someone else, someone who wasn't here. Rough night, she asked, sliding a glass of scotch my way. I smirked, knocking it back in one go before tapping the rim for a refill. You could say that. Across the room, Heath leaned against the wall, dressed in all black like some brooding extra from a crime flick. The only thing setting us apart, the heavy ring on my finger, a relic that screamed power, the kind most men wouldn't dare flaunt. But then again, most men weren't me. Denise squinted between us. That your twin? I didn't bother looking. Yep, she chuckled. Same attitude too, huh? I tossed a wad of cash on the bar before heading toward the back, where the real business waited. The private room was all dark wood and sharp edges, my throne-like chair at the head of the table carved with skulls that bit back if you gripped too hard. Brutus and Thomas were already there, drinks in hand, faces unreadable. The Skull Kings didn't take just anyone, only the best got a seat at this table. And Heath, he was about to earn his. Brutus eyed him, skeptical. "What's he bringing to the table?" I leaned back, fingers drumming the armrest. "Everything." Heath didn't flinch. "Try me." The room stayed silent. Good. No objections meant no problems. But beneath the cool exterior, irritation gnawed at me. Cassini had been ghosting me for days, playing hard to get like she thought it'd work. Cute. Annoying, but cute. I exhaled sharply, pushing the thought aside. Tonight wasn't about her. It was about business, and business never slept. "All right," I said, locking eyes with the crew. "Let's talk numbers." The night was thick with possibilities. I could have left with the waitress from the diner or found company elsewhere, but none of it mattered. There was only one person on my mind, and the obsession had me twisted up inside. Even the most expensive escort in Florence wouldn't scratch the itch. Brutus leaned in, his gaze fixed on my brother even as he spoke to me. "Word is Lucian's got a balcony box at the opera this Saturday. After the show, he's meeting with a few associates." Lucian. The name alone made my jaw tighten. He'd crossed me, thinking he could walk away with one of the rarest diamonds in the world. But it cost him his brother. And after the funeral, I made sure he never forgot, dug up the grave, left it empty. A little reminder that I don't let things go. He might have muscle, money, an army at his back, but fear kept him in check. Every day he looked over his shoulder, wondering when I'd strike. Sometimes I'd show up just to watch him sweat, the way his hands twitched, the flicker of panic in his eyes before he schooled his expression. He knew the game, knew he was losing, and that diamond. He wore it like a noose around his neck, hidden under his shirt like a dirty secret. Too scared to flaunt it, too greedy to let it go. Pathetic. Heath broke the silence. "So we're taking it back. Eventually." I wanted Lucian to grow attached, to let that rock become something sacred, his brother's ghost hanging heavy on his chest. Then when I finally ripped it away, it wouldn't just be about the money. It'd be about breaking him. Funny thing is, his brother was the only person who ever gave a damn about him. And now, he's got nothing but regret and a target on his back. Some men never learn. Heath leaned forward, his fingers drumming against the dashboard. "What's the plan for the opera? Just scare the hell out of him." Something like that. The best way to mess with an enemy was to strike when they least expected it. Let them think they were safe, then remind them they weren't. Sure, I could have put a bullet in his skull or gutted him right there, but where was the fun in that? The real terror came from the waiting game. "You'll see," Heath smirked. "What's my role in this?" Not many people knew about my twin. That was intentional, kept him as my secret weapon. "We're gonna mess with his head." My brother's grin widened. "Make him think you've got a doppelganger." "Exactly." I down the last of my scotch, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Brutus, ever the impatient one, scoffed. "Why drag this out? You usually finish jobs quick." I swirled the empty glass, watching the last amber drops cling to the sides. Because watching him squirm is half the fun. Later, as I drove through the city's empty streets, my phone stayed silent. No calls, no texts, nothing from the one person I actually wanted to hear from. The anticipation before a job always had me wired, craving something rough, something reckless. But she was stubborn as hell. Heath, ever the instigator, glanced out the window. "Gotta admit, Cassini's got a killer vibe. If I hadn't been behind the wheel, I'd have decked him right then." "Watch your mouth, Heath." "Just saying, she's got that whole untouchable thing going on." "Yeah, well, keep your observations to yourself." I jerked the wheel left, tires screeching as we veered toward the compound. He chuckled. "Hard to ignore when you're bending her over a Bugatti." My grip on the steering wheel tightened. Damn him for seeing that. I should have walked away, but when she looked at me like that, resistance wasn't an option. "Keep talking, and I'll send us both into a tree." "Just make sure you don't break anything important," he shot back. Wouldn't want to disappoint her. I yanked the wheel hard, sending us up onto the curb toward a massive oak. He laughed, grabbing the wheel to straighten us out. The The streets were dead, no one around to witness our little stunt. Never thought I'd see the day, Heath mused. You rattled over a woman, I exhaled sharply. It's been a while, a month to be exact. Tell her to ditch the husband, he said, like it was that simple. She wouldn't leave, not for me. Duty kept her chained, and I wasn't offering her a damn thing beyond a good time. Eventually, I'd move on and she'd be left with nothing. Not happening, he smirked. You actually care about her. I care about the way she screams my name, big difference. Sure, he said, leaning back. But if it was just that, you wouldn't have nearly wrecked the car. Face it, Balto, you're in deep. You've got a winning hand, and we both know it. I kept my gaze fixed on the highway, refusing to acknowledge the truth in his words. If she truly meant nothing to me, I wouldn't have bitten at his bait. He'd played me perfectly, and we both knew it. Take out the husband, make her yours. She doesn't want that. A woman doesn't get pinned against a car like that unless she's desperate or she's into you. No question, she was into me. I could feel it every time I had her. Enough, Heath. Fine, he muttered, turning toward the window. Just looking out for you. By pissing me off. By proving she matters more than you're admitting. Later, under the shower's spray, I let the heat wash over me before climbing into bed. My phone was already in my grip, the screen lighting up with the only photo Cassini had ever sent, her fingers slipping beneath the lace, her body on full display. With those perfect curves and sun-kissed skin, she was every man's fantasy. I just wished I had something new to fuel my imagination. It was Friday, her husband's usual night out, but still no call. Maybe this was really over. Could I walk away? Or should I dig deeper, find out everything about her, then show up at her door, put a bullet between his eyes, and take her right there in their bed? The urge to claim her burned under my skin, to prove she wasn't his just because of some legal document. She belonged to the man who made her scream. Before my thoughts spiraled too far, my screen flashed her name. A slow smirk curled my lips. I knew she'd break eventually, but damn, she'd made me wait. A few more days, and I might have caved first. I answered. Baby, silence on her end, that familiar hesitation. I loved when she sounded guilty. Been waiting on those new pics. I bet you have. So where are they? Another pause. Just hearing her voice had me hard all over again. That intoxicating mix of dominance and surrender, like she was made to be both worshipped and taken. I didn't need to see her to know she was stunning. Those full lips made for more than just talking. She drove me wild without even trying, and now I got why her husband clung to her, even if she clearly didn't want him. Dry as sand. Didn't matter. That's what lube S for. You coming over? Maybe she just wanted to skip the awkward talk and get straight to it. But it was later than usual. How the hell would she slip out unnoticed? No, he's home. My chest tightened. That's a shame. Yeah, she sighed. It really is. Added detail, the shower scene to emphasize tension. Voice shift, from aggressive to darkly amused when she calls. She mentioned he was taking her out tomorrow, and honestly, she didn't sound thrilled about it. I didn't give a damn about her life, but the raw ache in her voice grated on me. A woman like her, stunning, untouchable, shouldn't be drowning in misery. She was like some rare tropical bird trapped behind glass, watching the world pass by without ever feeling the sun on her wings. Every damn day was just another cruel joke. Why call me? Yeah, I knew it was a dick move, but being an asshole was basically my default setting. She hesitated, the silence stretching thin. I wasn't here to play therapist or hold her hand just to screw her brains out. But that broken edge in her voice, it hooked into me like a fishing line, reeling me in against my will. See, I had a reputation for fixing things, other people's messes mostly. That's what the Skull King did. Wipe out problems, crush enemies. And here I was, itching to solve her issues, even though I'd get nothing back. Not exactly Prince Charming material, more like the guy who'd rob you blind before offering a hand. I was sitting in the dark thinking of you, and I missed you. I could join you in the dark, I offered, half serious. No laugh, no playful tease, just a quiet, I prefer to keep you alive. I'm not alive, I shot back. Never have been. Walking corpse, that's me. My body was a weapon, my soul long gone. Power and violence were the only things that mattered. Are you really that brave, or just stupid? Neither, I said, just confident. Arrogance gets you killed, she warned. So they say, yet here I am. The conversation was going nowhere, but neither of us hung up. Maybe the empty chatter dulled the ache for her. When are you coming over? I pushed, imagining her legs wrapped around me instead of this pointless phone call. Never, I smirked. Come on, baby. You called because your fingers are already working, aren't they? Her breath caught bingo. The image of her touching herself sent heat straight to my groin. Her clueless husband snoring away while she fantasized about me. Pathetic. Addictive. You want me, I growled. Her voice was ragged. I always do. I leaned back, my pulse hammering. Normally, I'd rather have a woman in my bed than just her voice, but the sound of her falling apart, that was enough. I want to see you. You know we can't. I hung up. Then hit the video call button. Before she could think twice, she was sprawled across the bed in a loose red tee, the fabric riding up just enough to reveal the smooth curve of her stomach. Her hair fanned out over the pillow, messy and wild, while the sheets tangled around her legs, barely covering her cotton underwear, simple, yet somehow more enticing than anything lace. Damn, this is what I've been missing, I muttered, propping my phone beside me before sliding my boxers down. Her gaze locked onto me, heavy and hungry, like she wasn't even hearing my words, just drinking in the sight. I reached for the lube on my nightstand, slicking my palm before dragging it down my length, slow and deliberate. The way her fingers slipped beneath her panties, teasing herself through the fabric, had me gripping myself tighter. The outline of her touch was hypnotic, and part of me wanted to beg her to take them off. But the way she moved, the way she arched into her own touch, was too damn good to interrupt. Let me see how wet you are, I growled, stroking myself faster, imagining the heat of her instead of my own hand. I'd never felt her bare before, but right then, I could almost taste it. The slickness, the way she'd clench around me. She moaned, her breath hitching as she pushed 2 fingers deeper, then pulled them free, glistening under the dim glow of the screen. Jesus, I hissed, my cock pulsing in my grip. She didn't stop, rocking her hips in time with her fingers, lips parted in silent gasps. Every now and then, she'd bite down on her bottom lip, stifling a cry like she was afraid someone might hear. If she were here, I'd let her scream. Hell, I'd make her. The thought alone had me edging closer, my strokes rougher, desperate. Watching her get off to me while I did the same was its own kind of high, almost better than the real thing. Almost. Her climax hit hard, her body tensing before melting into the mattress, her head thrown back as she muffled a moan against her own wrist. Balto, hearing my name shattered whatever control I had left. I came hard, spilling into my hand like some desperate kid, still pumping through the aftershocks. For a second, I let myself imagine it. No condom, no barriers, just her. And damn, I wanted it. The desire to satisfy her completely consumed me, wanting to leave her breathless and overwhelmed. She lay there, fingers lazily tracing patterns beneath the fabric of her lingerie, watching as I finished. I reached for a tissue from the nightstand, barely catching the mess before it spilled onto the sheets. Wiping my hands clean, I glanced back at the screen. Her eyes were shut, her body sinking into the pillow like she belonged there. Too exhausted to move, her fingers stayed where they were, and within moments she was asleep. No goodbye, no second thought, just the quiet satisfaction of getting exactly what she wanted. And honestly, I admired that. Instead of ending the call, I kept watching, studying the way her lips parted slightly, the way her lashes brushed her cheeks even without mascara. Her shirt had ridden up, revealing the smooth curve of her stomach in the dim light. If she were mine, she'd never spend a night alone. I'd make sure of it. But for now, I was content just observing, fascinated by the way her chest rose and fell, by the delicate freckles scattered across her skin like constellations. She was flawless, the kind of woman who could demand a fortune just for her presence, and I'd pay it without hesitation. Her wedding ring glinted in the low light, an ostentatious display of wealth with its massive diamond centerpiece. It didn't suit her. She deserved something with more soul, more history. The more I thought about it, the more I wondered about the man who'd put it there. Someone with power, clearly. Someone who could afford a Bugatti and a rock like that. Was he someone I knew? An ally? A rival? If he was the latter, things would be simpler, no messy loyalties to tiptoe around. But the mystery had dragged on too long. It was time to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Cassini stood in a teal gown that clung to every curve, the fabric so sheer it barely left anything to the imagination. The deep neckline and thigh-high slit were exactly what Lucian demanded, his perfect little trophy on display. My hair was swept to one side, exposing my neck and the diamond choker that felt more like a collar than jewelry. The matching bracelet weighed heavy on my wrist, another absurdly expensive addition to the collection. As if the ring wasn't enough, Lucian insisted on turning me into a walking jewelry store. Ridiculous. But then again, so was this entire game. Men never carried wealth the way women did. It was expected that I'd bear the cost of looking the part. Standing in front of the mirror, I studied my reflection, hand resting on my hip. The night was already ruined before it even started. Lucian's associates would undress me with their eyes, and he'd let them, because that was the whole point. A twisted little game of control. The opera, I'd rather be anywhere else. Even trapped in my room alone, calling Balto for a late-night escape would have been better. Last night, I'd passed out the second I finished with him, barely remembering hanging up. The door swung open without warning. Lucian stood there, polished in a black tux, his Omega watch glinting, wedding ring firmly in place. No sign of that gaudy skull diamond, maybe tucked away for tonight's performance. He stepped closer, eyes raking over me in the mirror. Beautiful. I looked like a high-end escort. 4-inch heels, a slit that climbed dangerously high, a dress that clung like it was painted on. Heavy, too, way more than some flimsy cocktail number. His hands landed on my shoulders, fingers pressing just a little too hard. Every touch from him made my skin crawl, slick and unwelcome, like he'd left grease stains on me. "You're stunning." Of course I was. He'd paid someone to turn me into his perfect trophy, smoky eyes, blood-red lips, hair pinned just so. A shiny prop for his arm. He loved how I looked, but the second I opened my mouth, irrelevant. "Thank you," I muttered, biting back the urge to crack my knuckles across his jaw. Balto never needed all this. He got hard seeing me in an old tee, hair tangled from sleep. Even after we'd wrecked his sheets, my makeup smudged and sweat-drenched, he'd still called me gorgeous. But Lucian, he needed the diamonds, the gown, the illusion. "We should get going." He stepped back, adjusting his cuffs, that wedding ring. Only for show when it suited him. "Are you ready?" "Yes. Don't talk tonight, smile and nod." I fantasized about gouging his eye out with my ring. Some days he could almost pass for decent. Others, I was just a well-trained pet. Silent, obedient, decorative. Not that I was much of a talker anyway, but being ordered to shut up. Pathetic, the fire inside me burned, screaming for me to fight back, to tell him exactly where he could shove his demands. But I bit my tongue, swallowing the rage because arguing would only make things worse. He turned sharply when I stayed silent. "Do you understand?" Just when I thought I could walk away, he pushed harder. My glare locked onto him, sharp as a blade. This man had been chipping away at me for months, small jabs, quiet control, until the weight of it all became unbearable. "Yeah, I get it, Lucian. But how about you shut your mouth and sit down for once?" He froze in the doorway, stunned. The words were out, and there was no taking them back. I'd promised to be his wife, not his puppet. A slap was coming, but I didn't care. He needed me flawless for tonight's event, no bruises, no marks. His dark eyes narrowed as he stepped back into the room, slow and deliberate like a predator circling prey. That dress cost a fortune, and this is how you act. I never wanted it. He moved closer, voice dripping with disdain. You're dripping in diamonds. That ring alone could buy a house. Money means nothing to me. Your bank account doesn't impress me, and it never will. Now he was inches away, his hands shoved in his pockets, his gaze black and venomous. We were eye to eye in my heels, and that only pissed him off more. You'll be silent because that's what you are, a trophy, a well-trained pet. Your only job is to obey. Go to hell. His fist slammed into my stomach, knocking the breath out of me. I doubled over, crashing to the floor, my palms smacking against the hardwood. Pain blurred my vision, my lungs screaming for air. For a second, I thought I'd be sick right there. Get up. I'd rather stay down than face him. Get up, or I'll drag you up. Trembling, I forced myself upright, refusing to let him see me break. My chin lifted, defiance burning in my eyes. That punch hadn't broken me, and he hated it. His fingers wrapped around my throat, squeezing just enough to remind me who held the power. This wasn't passion like with Balto. This was cruelty, pure and simple. Remember our deal. You play your part or your little boyfriend pays the price. Or did you forget? I clenched my jaw, fighting the urge to spit in his smug face. Everything was perfect, wasn't it beautiful? His breath was hot against my skin. Why ruin it now? Because I'd reached my breaking point. I gave you everything, luxury, freedom. But now we're stepping into my world, and you will follow my rules. When I speak, you obey. Tonight you'll act like royalty, silent, untouchable. Cling to me, ignore everyone else. That's an order. Now apologize and we can leave. Apologize. The thought was laughable. I'd rather choke. Beautiful. His fingers dug into my throat, but I refused to bend. Consequences be damned, I wouldn't grovel to a man who treated me like property. Internal bleeding sounded better than swallowing my pride. His glare sharpened when I stayed silent. Fine. His grip locked me in place as his fist slammed into my stomach, twice as hard as before. Pain exploded through me, but I refused to cry out. My spine stayed rigid, my jaw clenched. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Instead, my mind detached, floating somewhere far away until he finally let go. Move. I watched him stride ahead, my ribs burning. Only when he turned away did I let my mask slip, just for a second before smoothing my dress and following. My brothers would lose it if they knew. I'd always lied, told them Lucien was kind. Mostly true, if I obeyed, he rarely raised a hand. But control like this, it left bruises deeper than fists. Then I thought of Balto, a near stranger, yet I knew he'd never hurt me. Worse, he'd bury Lucien if he found out. Balto, the opera house lobby glittered with high society's finest. Politicians, celebrities, the kind of people who flaunted wealth while the truly powerful made theirs in the dark. I lingered in the shadows, tuxedo blending into the dim light. Lucien would arrive soon, smug as ever, his wife on his arm. His private balcony was perfect, exposed enough for a statement, secluded enough for no witnesses. Heath's voice crackled in my earpiece. He's here. Good. Lucien was predictable. He'd spot Heath first, send his men chasing a decoy. By the time he realized the trap, it'd be too late. The idiot never considered I might have a twin. He'd probably realize I was way out of his league, and messing with me was a mistake. You're not gonna believe this. Heath's voice crackled through the intercom, way too amused for my liking. What? I propped myself against the marble pillar, scanning the crowded bar. Patrons clutched their cocktails, laughing as they drifted toward the theater doors. I'll let you see it firsthand. Whenever someone hypes something up, it's always disappointing. He snorted. Trust me, this won't be. I didn't push. Soon enough, I'd get my own look at Lucien. Checking my watch, I stepped into the open, my gaze locking onto the entrance. More guests streamed in, but then he appeared, flanked by 4 guys who barely bothered to conceal their guns, and on his arm, not just any woman, Cassini. She moved like royalty, draped in diamonds and a teal dress that clung to every curve. The neckline plunged deep, and the slit rode dangerously high, enough to make every head turn. Heath's voice buzzed in my ear again. "Told you," my jaw clenched. The woman I'd been with married to him. Lucian was nothing but a coward in an expensive suit. I knew Cassini better than that. Her smile was polished, her laugh practiced, but behind it, she was suffocating. Every night she left me, she went back to a man who didn't deserve her. Heath made his move, strolling up like he owned the place. Hands in his tux pockets, he stopped right in front of Lucian. I should have been watching the bastard, but my eyes stayed glued to Cassini. Shock froze her in place. Her fingers tightened around Lucian's arm, her breath coming fast. She thought I was here for her. Heath gave Lucian a nod. "Lucian." Then he turned to Cassini and winked. Cassini, the second I spotted Balto, my lungs seized. Towering and built like a dam tank, he didn't even flinch under Lucian's glare. If anything, he looked amused. A slow nod, then he turned away, disappearing into the theater. But that wink, that threw me. Since when did Balto play games? Lucian was clearly shaken by the encounter. He stood there like a deer in headlights, completely paralyzed. His reaction told me everything. He recognized Balto instantly, which explained why he didn't even question the wink. After a long, tense moment, he finally snapped back to reality and barked orders at his men. "Don't let him out of your sight." 2 of them vanished into the theater while Lucian dragged me down the right corridor, his grip unsteady. The other 2 guards followed close behind. My pulse pounded so hard I could barely hear the music over the rush of blood in my ears. I clung to Lucian's arm, more for his sake than mine. His skin was clammy, his breathing uneven. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his eyes flickered like he was running through a dozen worst-case scenarios. Whatever history they had, it rattled him more than it did me. We reached the private balcony, and Lucian immediately scanned the crowd, searching for Balto. Meanwhile, my mind raced. Had Balto known who I was all along? Was tonight some kind of setup, or just a wild coincidence? And why did both of them have those damn diamonds? "Who was that?" I whispered. Lucian ignored me. The lights dimmed and the show started, but I couldn't focus. My gaze kept darting through the audience, hunting for the face that haunted my dreams. My stomach twisted with dread, but the second I spotted him, something inside me sparked. Hope, defiance, I wasn't sure. I didn't expect a rescue, but knowing he was there made me feel less trapped. Midway through the performance, one of Lucian's men leaned in. "He just slipped out the back." "Good," Lucian muttered, exhaling like he'd been holding his breath. Pathetic little power play. The guard retreated, but the damage was done. The exchange confirmed it. Lucian and Balto had history, bad history, and if Lucian found out I'd been with his enemy, I'd be dead before intermission. The show rolled on, but I wasn't watching. My hands were slick with sweat, my heart hammering. Balto's sudden exit left me uneasy. Was that it? Just a warning? He hadn't seemed surprised to see me. Maybe this was his way of saying he knew and Lucian didn't. The balcony was pitch black, the only light coming from the stage below. A small table separated me from Lucian, untouched drinks between us. Then, out of nowhere, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I didn't flinch, didn't breathe. I knew that grip, the same one that had pinned me down, claimed me, left marks on my skin. The man behind me didn't need to speak. His touch alone screamed power. His fingers trailed up to my neck, pressing gently against my racing pulse. He could feel the way my body responded to him, the heat, the tension, the undeniable pull between us. Then, without hesitation, he leaned in, his lips brushing a searing kiss against my skin. I bit back a gasp, my eyes fluttering shut. Balto didn't care who saw, least of all Lucian. His grip tightened as he lingered, my husband none the wiser. With Balto this close, I felt something I hadn't in years: safety. He was a shield, a silent threat that kept Lucien on edge. One look from him could unravel my husband's composure. Then, just as suddenly as he'd touched me, he let go, slipping behind Lucien like a shadow. For a fleeting second, I hoped he'd end it right there. Instead, Balto dragged a chair beside Lucien with deliberate noise, making sure the scrape of wood against marble echoed through the room. Lucien startled, his head whipping around, only to find his two armed guards sprawled lifeless on the floor, their weapons discarded. My throat tightened as I forced myself to look away. Balto lounged in his seat, legs spread, pulling a cigar from his jacket. The flick of his lighter cut through the opera's soaring crescendo. He took a slow drag, exhaling smoke toward the gilded ceiling, his gaze locked on Lucien. The tension was suffocating. "You really ought to hire better help," Balto mused, tapping ash onto a cocktail napkin. The ember glowed dangerously close to the edge. Lucien's jaw clenched, sweat beating at his temples. "What do you want?" Balto smirked. "Cut the act, you know exactly why I'm here." He leaned forward, voice dropping to a lethal whisper. "I gave you years to make this right, but you're too stubborn or too stupid to take the hint." Lucien's eyes flicked to me. "Leave." I tensed, ready to obey, until Balto's voice sliced through the air. "She stays." His gaze pinned me in place, dark and commanding. "Sit." Slowly, I sank back into the chair. Lucien's hands balled into fists. "Keep her out of this." Balto's laugh was cold. "Why, afraid she'll find out what happened to your brother?" The air turned to ice. I'd heard rumors about Lucien's brother, but never the truth. Now the way Balto said it, like a promise, made my stomach twist. Lucien's voice was barely controlled. "I have 50 men surrounding this building." Balto took another drag, unbothered. "And yet, here we are. It wouldn't take them long to piece together what went down. And once they did, you'd be a dead man." Balto just smirked, that infuriating confidence never leaving his face. "You think that scares me? Your guys chased me like a couple of overeager puppies. Maybe if you paid for real talent instead of hiring bargain bin thugs, you wouldn't be in this mess." Lucien had nothing to say to that. I'd seen firsthand how he treated his people, like disposable tools. Honestly, I wouldn't blame them if they turned on him just to escape his toxic grip. Balto, on the other hand, carried himself with a quiet authority, like a man who actually had principles. He snatched up his cigar, leaning in so close to Lucien that the smoke curled between them. "Hand over what you owe me. Maybe I'll let you walk out of here. Toying with you has been entertaining, but I'd hate for you to drop dead before the fun really starts." Lucien's jaw tightened. "You're not half as clever as you think. I saw the way you froze when I walked in, like you swallowed your own tongue. You always look like that when I catch you off guard. If you had any real guts, we could settle this right now." Balto didn't flinch. Instead, he lowered the glowing tip of his cigar toward Lucien's hand, letting the heat hover just above his skin. Lucien didn't pull away, but his fingers twitched. "So what's it gonna be? The diamond, or do I take every last explosive you've got?" Lucien scoffed. "All of them, that's a little." "A little what?" Balto pressed the burning ember into Lucien's flesh. A sharp hiss escaped between Lucien's clenched teeth as he tried to jerk back, but Balto held him firm. He kept the cigar there, watching with cold satisfaction as the skin blistered. When the ash finally crumbled away, he dropped the cigar onto the table, leaving behind a scorched mark that would never fade. Served him right after what he'd done to me earlier. "I'll give you time to decide," Balto said, grabbing a glass of scotch and pouring it over the fresh burn. Lucien barely stifled a groan. "Give me what I asked for, or I'll take something even more valuable. Last time it cost your brother. Who's next?" His gaze flicked to me, and something shifted in his expression. The ruthless edge softened, replaced by something darker, hungrier. It was the first time I really saw him, not just the charming enigma who kept my nights interesting, but the predator who thrived in this world of pain and power plays. He could have ended Lucian right then, but he was savoring the game. Like a cat with a mouse, he wanted to drag it out. "Pleasure meeting you, Mrs. Salazar," he murmured, his voice dripping with something between a threat and a promise. The ride home was dead silent. Lucian sat beside me, staring out the window. His burned hand resting stiffly on his leg-the-car ride to Lucian's estate was thick with tension, his anger practically radiating off him as he stared out the window, jaw clenched. The dim light hid his expression, but the way his fingers dug into the leather seat said everything. Humiliated, furious, and nursing a fresh cigar burn. I kept my mouth shut. What was there to say? Back at the compound, Lucian snapped. Gunfire cracked through the air as he took his rage out on his own men. I stayed in the car, eyes squeezed shut. Last time I'd watched, the image of a lifeless stare had seared into my brain, haunting me for years. The shots echoed, each one making my stomach twist. Lucian stormed around the driveway, his short frame dwarfed by his own security. "Balt S outplayed me 6 damn times," he spat. "Next time, I'll wipe out every last one of you wives, kids, all of it." Inside, Maria didn't bother with small talk. She knew. Silently, she took his jacket, then reached for the first aid kit, placing a glass of whiskey on the table. Lucian snatched it, yanking his burned hand away. "No." He downed the drink in one gulp before slamming his bedroom door so hard the walls shook. Maria gave me a sad smile. "You're stunning, Mrs. Salazar," she murmured, patting my arm. "But God, you look miserable. At least I wouldn't have to endure Lucian tonight." Normally, he'd take his anger out on me, pinning me down without a care for the bruises already darkening my stomach. But tonight, I was spared. Alone in my room, I stripped out of my designer dress, wincing as my fingers brushed the tender skin. The mirror reflected a mess of purple and blue. I pulled on an old t-shirt and collapsed onto the bed, Balto's burner phone burning a hole in my thoughts. I dialed. 2 rings. Then his voice, smooth as ever. "Baby." The way he'd used my married name earlier still grated. A title I'd never wanted, a chain I couldn't shake. "How long have you known?" He'd clearly done his homework, yet played dumb this whole time. "Since the second I laid eyes on you." His voice was calm, no background noise. Probably lounging in that penthouse of his, just like I was curled up here, both of us alone, both of us playing a dangerous game. Maybe tonight, after what he'd done, sleep would finally come easy. "Lucian Salazar." "I thought you said your husband was untouchable." "You know he is." The man was a legend in the underworld, a genius chemist who could turn household cleaners into bombs that left no trace. If you had the cash, he could make anything disappear. A mind like that wasted on destruction instead of creation. He's got skills, sure, but he's still playing checkers while the rest of us are in a high-stakes poker game. That voice of his hadn't lost its edge, smooth as whiskey even after everything. He sounded almost indifferent, like he was discussing the weather. "And let's be honest, he's nowhere near strong enough to keep up with a woman like you." Funny, considering how well he'd kept up when he'd punched me so hard I saw stars. I kept that detail to myself. Balto didn't need another reason to lose his temper. "So what's the deal between you two?" "Lucian and I have history," he said, exhaling like the memory was a chore. "Not exactly bedtime story material. Try me." A smirk curled into his words. "Demanding? I respect that. Years back, we struck a deal, one of his signature explosives in exchange for one of my rarest diamonds. The kind that doesn't exist on the open market." My mind flashed to the necklace Lucian never took off, a single, flawless diamond shaped like a skull. Supposedly, his word was gold, but I don't gamble on trust, so I made sure the exchange happened at his compound, and the bastard played me. Walked off with the diamond and left me holding empty air. His tone shifted, cold amusement threading through. So I repaid the favor, put a bullet in his brother's skull right in front of him, watched the blood pool on the pavement before I drove away. The silence between us thickened. Lucien had carried that grief like a shadow since the day we met. Every year, the anniversary wrecked him, but he'd never told me the truth, just that his brother was gone. At the time, I figured the diamond was fair trade for a life, but then I realized, why stop there? Now I let him wonder when I'll strike next. He won't sell the diamond too sentimental, and he won't come at me directly, not when he knows I'd bury him. So instead, he gets to live in pieces, call it poetic justice. Suddenly, it clicked. I was standing in the crossfire of a grudge match between two men who'd turned vengeance into an art form. If you want him dead, why drag it out? Because breaking him is sweeter than burying him. He knows the only way out is to crawl back to me, return the diamond, or become my personal armory. Either way, he loses face in front of everyone who ever feared him. A dark chuckle. And I've got nothing but time. I tugged the blanket higher, phone pressed close. My door didn't lock, but if I heard Lucien coming, I'd just shove it under the pillow. Strange how Balto's voice could feel like safety and danger all at once. When did this happen? 2 years ago, right before Lucien decided I belonged to him. Added detail, the mention of the diamond's unique shape, skull, wasn't in the original, reinforcing its significance. Shifted tone in Balto's explanation from cold to almost playful, adding a layer of sadistic charm. Are you planning to end him? Depends on how he acts. Honestly, I'd prefer keeping him on a leash. I let my hair fall loose against the pillow, exhaling slowly. You want me to take care of it? After tonight, I wanted Lucien gone permanently. He'd treated me like property, striking me like I was just another disposable employee. I was supposed to be his wife, yet he didn't hesitate to leave bruises that could have caused real damage. If he ever expected me to carry his child, he was sabotaging his own chances. Because I'll do it. The urge to escape gnawed at me, but that damn promise kept pulling me back. Should I come to you? The thought of being with Balto was the only comfort left. Tonight had been hell, but if he saw me now, he'd notice the marks on my skin. I wasn't ready for that. Maybe we should wait, he's pacing around like a caged animal. Balto didn't push. A few days, no longer, no longer. The line went quiet except for my shaky breaths. You were stunning tonight. Thanks. I nearly tore that dress off you right then. I wouldn't have stopped him, and made Lucien watch. I'd have to fake indifference to avoid punishment later. But I've got something better planned. I'm going to wreck you, harder, deeper, like never before. I'll leave you so full of me, he'll never touch you without feeling me first. Every time he tries, he'll know who really owns you. Lucien was a storm cloud for days, radiating fury like he wanted to torch the house himself. The scar on his hand, darkening, almost infected, was impossible to ignore. He buried himself in work, then came home to pretend I was invisible. Fine by me. After 2 brutal punches to my stomach, the last thing I wanted was his hands on me. The bruises had dulled but lingered, faint reminders of his temper. Balto stayed silent. No calls, no texts. Meanwhile, Lucien didn't leave for his usual weekend trip, trapping me with his brooding presence. Rumor had it he'd been outplayed and burned, literally, by his rival. Too ashamed to show his face in public, he sulked at home like a wounded predator. I ached to slip out, to run to Balto's place and lose myself in him. Watching him dominate Lucien had only stoked the fire. But with my tyrant husband lurking in every shadow, escape was impossible. So I waited, restless, counting the seconds until I could breathe again. The house settled into silence as night deepened, and I climbed into bed, restless. My phone rested on my chest while I stared at the ceiling, the sheets pulled tight around me. It had been too long since Balto and I were together, and the craving gnawed at me. But with the circumstances, reaching out was pointless until his text lit up the screen. "Baby, why aren't you on my dick right now? Typical Balto, blunt, crude, and unapologetic. He was home this weekend, and his next message dripped with challenge. Too scared to face me, I rolled my eyes, waiting for his usual games. The typing dots vanished, leaving the conversation hanging until his next words sent a jolt through me. "Leave your bedroom window cracked." My breath hitched. "Balto, you can't be serious. Do as I say. There are 50 armed men outside, that's all." His arrogance was infuriating. "You're gonna kill them all? No, they're idiots. I'll slip right past. This is suicide. For them if they see me. 15 minutes. That's all he gave me before the dots disappeared." With a sigh, I crept to the window, nudging it open just enough. The autumn air carried a crisp bite, a reminder that summer's heat was gone. Staring into the dark, I wondered how he'd pull this off. But after everything I'd seen, I knew better than to doubt him. No gunshots, no alarms, just the faintest rustle before his silhouette filled the window frame. His hands slid under the gap, lifting it without a sound. Dressed in all black, he moved like a shadow, slipping inside before setting a gun on the dresser. I barely had time to process it. This man had walked through enemy lines like they were nothing, just like he'd taken out those guards at the opera without a whisper. He wasn't just dangerous, he was a ghost. His eyes locked onto mine, glowing faintly in the dark as he stripped. Shirt first, then jeans, revealing the hard lines of his body. I stayed under the sheets, already bare, watching as he closed the distance. The room stayed pitch black, no lights, no signs of life. Just the two of us, wrapped in the thrill of the impossible. The last thing we needed was Maria or Lucian walking in on us. Balto's gaze burned with hunger as he climbed onto the bed, his knees sinking into the mattress before his body covered mine. His fingers twisted into the sheets, tearing them away until I lay bare beneath him. The heat of his skin pressed against me, his powerful thighs forcing mine apart as he settled between them. His chest crushed against mine, solid and unyielding, while his hand tangled in my hair, pulling just hard enough to make my breath hitch. Then his mouth crashed into mine, rough, possessive, and utterly intoxicating. The second our lips met, all reason vanished. My body arched into his, thighs falling open, welcoming him closer. The thick length of him pressed against my stomach, teasing, and I couldn't think about the risks anymore. All I knew was how much I'd missed him, his touch, his scent, the way he made me feel alive. His voice was a low growl against my lips. "You've been starving for me." My legs locked around his waist, pulling him tighter. "Always." His teeth grazed my bottom lip, sending a shiver down my spine as his grip in my hair tightened. At that moment, nothing else mattered, not Lucian, not the danger, not the consequences. My nails dug into his shoulders, marking him, claiming him right back. Balto didn't ask. He never did. His fingers wrapped around himself, guiding his cock to my entrance, already slick with want. The first press of him inside stole my breath. "Balto," I gasped. No." His voice was dark, final. "I'm done pretending, let him see what's mine." And then he was inside, filling me completely, skin against skin. No barriers, no hesitation. The sensation was overwhelming, hot, deep, perfect. My back arched, lips pressing together to stifle a moan. His breath was rough in my... "Don't hold back, let me hear you." I couldn't fight it. Not when he moved like this, not when every thrust reminded me why I craved him so desperately. Lucian had never made me feel like this, never made me want like this. With Balto, I wasn't just surviving. I was alive. The tension in the room was electric as he leaned in, his voice rough with desire. "I want him to walk in right now and see exactly what he's missing." His movements were deliberate, each thrust sending waves of pleasure through me, the mattress barely making a sound beneath us. "Tell me, do you really crave me, or is this just about getting back at him?" My fingers dug into his shoulders as I arched against him, his bare skin against mine amplifying every sensation. Without the barrier of a condom, Every inch of him felt more intense, more intimate. There was no going back after this. His rhythm was steady, controlled, unlike the usual reckless abandon that left the headboard banging against the wall. Tonight, he was holding back, but that didn't mean he wasn't still incredible. Every stroke hit just right, his breath hot against my skin, his body moving with effortless strength. I traced the ridges of his muscles, feeling them flex beneath my touch. He was pure power, every movement calculated to drive me wild. "You're close already, aren't you?" His grip in my hair tightened, pulling just enough to send a shiver down my spine. The way he looked at me, dark, possessive, sent another rush of heat through me. It had been too long since I'd felt this kind of pleasure, and nothing I'd done on my own even came close. My body reacted on instinct, tightening around him as the pressure built. I buried my face against his shoulder to stifle a moan, but he yanked my head back. "No, I want to hear you." I bit my lip, fighting to stay quiet, but the climax hit me like a shockwave. My hips jerked against his, my nails leaving marks on his skin. "Balto!" His name slipped out in a breathless whisper, and he rewarded me with harder, deeper strokes. The comparison to Lucian was laughable now. Nothing had ever filled me like this. When the intensity finally ebbed, I slumped against him, breathless and spent. Sweat glistened between us as I pressed my forehead to his, grateful for the release after so much longing. He smirked, clearly pleased with himself. "Next time, I won't let you hold back." Our lips met in a slow, heated kiss, his movements easing as his fingers untangled from my hair. His hand pressed into the mattress beside me, his mouth growing hungrier as he tasted me. I could feel him sliding through the slick heat between my thighs, and I arched into him, gripping his hips to pull him deeper. Even when he hit a spot that made me wince, the sheer thrill of taking all of him kept me begging for more. "I need to feel you let go inside me." The thought of Lucian used to leave me hollow, but with Balto, it was different. His release wasn't just physical, it was possessive. The idea of him marking me, leaving his claim where no one else could, sent a shiver down my spine. He groaned against my mouth, his hips rolling in perfect rhythm with mine. I guided him with my hands, setting the pace, slow but deliberate, each thrust hitting exactly where I needed. Then his body tensed, his gaze locking onto mine as he buried himself to the hilt. A deep, rough sound tore from his chest as he came, his release flooding me in waves. It wasn't just heat, it was weight, proof of how long he'd waited for this. And still, he wasn't done. His grip tightened on the back of my neck as he flipped me over, pressing my face into the sheets. The angle was deeper, rougher, the slap of skin against skin filling the room. I bit back a moan as his palm cracked against my ass, the sting only fueling the fire. He didn't slow, didn't soften, just drove into me like he was determined to leave me wrecked. "Let's see how much you can handle." By the fourth time he filled me, I was dripping, my body struggling to keep up. His grip on my neck was almost punishing as he spilled inside me again, his growl vibrating through my skin. The sheets were ruined, but I didn't care. This wasn't just sex. It was something raw, something his. And I wanted every last drop the next day. I'd have to wash the sheets myself before Maria noticed the mess. No way would she believe Lucian was the one who left me dripping like this. Balto's grip loosened as he pulled away, still crouched between my legs, watching his release spill out of me. "Damn, that's a sight," he muttered, smacking my thigh before I curled onto my side, too spent to even lift my head. After the week I'd had lonely, aching, nursing bruises from Lucian's latest outburst, this was exactly what I needed. Every shuddering climax erased something hollow inside me. For the first time, I felt truly claimed, marked in a way that left me craving more. Balto grabbed his clothes off the floor, and I caught the time on my nightstand, nearly dawn. He yanked on his jeans, tucking his gun into the waistband with practiced ease. "Gotta go," he said, voice rough. A pang hit me. Did he feel this hollow every time I slipped out of his place? I dragged myself up, following him to the window. Don't do anything stupid. That got a smirk. Stupid's what keeps me alive. Your ego's gonna get you killed one day. Nah, my ego's the reason you're still breathing. His fingers tangled in my hair as he kissed me, slow and deep, nothing like the way he'd wrecked me all night. I could still feel him between my thighs, warm and slick, as he pulled away. Sleep, he ordered, swinging a leg out the window. For a second, he hesitated, like there was something else he wanted to say. What? I whispered. He just stared, jaw tight, before shaking his head and vanishing into the shadows. Balto the scotch in my hand was just for show. I wasn't drinking, just grinding my teeth, staring at the empty fireplace. The whole situation was twisted. The woman I couldn't get out of my head was married to the bastard I wanted dead. Every time I buried myself in her, it was a middle finger to him, but now, the thought of him touching her after me made my blood boil. She was too good for that waste of space. She should have been mine from the start. I'd planned to drag Lucian's downfall out, make him suffer, but Cassini being in the picture changed everything. Now, I just wanted him gone. Fast. The fact that he had any claim on her made me want to put a bullet between his eyes tonight. My phone was in my hand before I realized it. He picked up on the fourth ring. Who the hell is this? His voice cracked, trying too hard to sound tough when he was just a scared kid playing grown-up. Real men don't ask who's calling, they already know. Made up your mind yet? He probably recognized my voice. Who else would talk to him like this? Haven't decided a damn thing. I wasn't about to give him time to think. Phone calls made him bold, but face-to-face. Different story. Too bad for him, I'd already been in his bed, just not with him. I could drop that bomb right now, but she didn't deserve the fallout. I'll be at your place at 10. Have your answer ready. Set one foot on my land, and what? I laughed. Call every thug you know. Won't matter. Neutral ground meant traps, but his own turf. That kept things honest, and I wasn't giving him time to scheme. Same spot as last time and bring your wife. She's not part of this. Either she's there or I drag her there myself. Silence. Then, finally, the skull diamond or the partnership. Choose before I show up. The second I saw the army of armed guards swarming the estate, I knew this wasn't just another power play. Had Lucian found out about Balto? No, if he had, I'd already be bleeding. He stormed into my room like he owned the place, which fine, he did, but it was the first time he'd acknowledged me in days. No dinners, no late-night visits. Now, suddenly I mattered. We've got company tonight, look presentable. Since when do you host? He always did his dirty work elsewhere. Just put on the damn dress. I wanted to knee him in the ribs. What time? 10. 10. Late for business, early for a social call. You deaf. He turned to leave. Anything else I should? Shut up and look pretty. I slipped into a black dress that left little to the imagination, layered on the makeup. No clue what game he was playing, but I'd play my part, the perfect mob wife, obedient and silent. Funny, considering I'd already betrayed him in every way possible. Wish someone would put a bullet in him. Balto, preferably. By 9:50, I stepped into the living room. Lucian waited outside at the patio table. Maria caught my eye. His Grace requests your presence. His Grace. Like he was royalty instead of just a thug with good connections. I forced a smile and walked out, ready for whatever disaster was coming stepping outside. I found Lucian sitting alone at the empty table. No drinks, no food, just tension thick enough to choke on. The moment I took the seat beside him, I felt it. His armed guards were everywhere, patrolling the patio and sprawling grounds of his estate, but their presence only made the air heavier. My breath hitched as my instincts screamed danger. Something was about to go down, and it wasn't going to be pretty. Lucian's jaw was clenched, his fingers tapping restlessly against the table. Even surrounded by his own men, he looked like a man waiting for an execution. I swallowed my questions, Some things were better left unasked. Then came the headlights, cutting through the dark as a sleek black sedan rolled into the driveway. The engine growled before cutting out, and the silence that followed was worse. More vehicles pulled in, Hummer after Hummer, disgorging armed men in tactical gear. My pulse spiked. I needed Balto, even if he showed up alone. Right now, I was stuck in the middle of a standoff, clueless about who was about to fire first. A figure emerged from the sedan, flanked by 4 bodyguards. The porch lights caught him as he climbed the steps, and my stomach flipped. Sharp cheekbones, icy blue eyes, skin pale as winter. It was the same man who'd had me pinned against the wall just days ago. Balto, dressed in a black tee and jeans, he looked effortless next to Lucian's stiff formality. The only time I'd seen him in anything fancy was at the opera, otherwise he didn't bother. And yet he radiated power without trying. Lucian needed suits to impress. Balto just had to exist. He didn't spare me a glance, his focus locked on Lucian as he dropped into a chair like he owned the place. Not even gonna offer me a drink? His voice was smooth, but the threat underneath was unmistakable. I held my breath. The air between them crackled, every guard's finger hovering over their trigger. Why was I even here? Was I just a pawn in Lucian's stupid power play? Lucian's smile was tight. Why would I? Balto tilted his head, the diamond in his skull ring glinting. Because I've been generous enough to let you breathe this long. He leaned back, exhaling cigar smoke in a slow, deliberate stream. But patience isn't my strong suit. Lucian didn't move, didn't blink, and Balto. He just smirked, like he already knew how this would end. The air was thick with tension every time Balto and Lucian faced off. Balto always had that damn cigar between his fingers, yet somehow, when he kissed me, there was never a trace of ash on his lips. He took another slow drag before setting it down on the table, the ember glowing ominously. His eyes flicked to Lucian's burned hand, a quiet warning of what was coming. Even surrounded by his own armed men on his estate, Lucian was sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Balto lounged like he owned the place. "Last chance," Balto said, his voice smooth but edged with steel. "The diamond or the explosives, pick one." Lucian swallowed hard but kept his voice steady. "And if I refuse both?" Balto leaned in, the cigar back between his lips as he exhaled a slow stream of smoke. "You know there are fates worse than death." Lucian's fingers twitched in his lap, his gaze darting to the men flanking him. Balto crushed the cigar into the table, leaving a blackened scar. "So, final answer." Lucian squared his shoulders. "Neither." The smoke curled into nothing. The scent of burnt tobacco faded. Balto just stared, his expression chillingly blank. I should have felt safe with him there, but my stomach twisted. Then he stood, a predator ready to strike. "Good, I was hoping you'd say that." Lucian scoffed. "I've got nothing left to lose." Balto's smirk was ice cold. "Oh, you do." His gaze locked onto me, and suddenly it was like we were the only two in the room, that same possessive heat in his eyes from nights I couldn't forget. "She's mine now, leave the ring, let's go." I froze. Lucian's face went slack. "Wait, you can't, you had your chance." Balto's voice dropped to a growl. "Now I'm deciding for you." His stare burned into me. "Up, now." My body obeyed before my mind could protest. Lucian shot to his feet. "She's not part of this." But I was done being a pawn. Years of fury boiled over. I swung hard, my ring cutting into his cheek. "I'm not your property." The ring clattered onto the table. Lucian just stood there, stunned. Balto didn't even blink. He just held out his hand. And for the first time, I took it without hesitation. Balto's grip tightened around my arm as he yanked me forward, his voice a low, venomous growl. "First time you betrayed me, you suffered. Second time. You got what you deserved. Now every night your wife will be mine, every way I want her. And while you're lying there helpless, she'll carry my mark inside her. Next time I give you a choice, you better choose wisely." His arms snaked around my waist, steering me away from Lucian and off the patio. His men stood like statues, guns ready but silent. Both sides were evenly matched. If bullets flew, the whole place would turn into a slaughterhouse. Lucian didn't lift a finger to stop him, and Balto didn't bother finishing him off. The back door of the car swung open, and I slid inside, the engine already humming. This was it, no more Lucian, no more pretending. Balto climbed in beside me, his presence suffocating in the dim interior. As the estate shrank in the distance, I turned to him, swallowing hard. "Thanks for, don't." His eyes stayed fixed ahead, cold and unreadable. "This wasn't a rescue. You're mine now. You live where I say, obey what I command. The only freedom you get is what I allow. I didn't save you, I claimed you." The weight of his words settled over me like chains. But in that moment, as the city lights blurred past, I couldn't help but wonder, was this really worse than what I'd left behind? Note: the promotional section listing chapters and other books has been omitted as it doesn't contribute to the narrative flow.